guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit, in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan, unveiled Monday, outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security, foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities, and offer tax incentives for first-time home buyers. President Biden does not support Israel's offensive moves in Gaza. USA's Corey Myers explains.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he will push ahead with a military offensive in Rafah, despite President Joe Biden's warning that doing so would be a red line.
What's happening is he has a right to defend Israel, a right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
Around 1.5 million displaced Palestinians are sheltering in the southern Gaza city, the vast majority experiencing catastrophic levels of hunger.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has acknowledged differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed that interview in which Biden said the invasion of Rafah would cross a red line. Former President Trump expressed his belief that implementing a ban on TikTok would inadvertently strengthen Facebook.
The thing I don't like is that without TikTok, you can make Facebook bigger. And I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media.
During an interview with CNBC Monday morning, the probable Republican presidential candidate acknowledged both positive and negative aspects of TikTok. However, he speculated enforcing a ban could potentially lead to significant growth for Meta, Facebook's parent company. This is USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you, and in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214. That's 800-778-8214.
President Biden is calling on Congress to approve the latest bipartisan border agreement. Speaking at the National League of Cities in Washington, Biden emphasized that the deal would enhance border security and save lives. He urged representatives from cities nationwide to encourage their congressional members to exhibit determination and pass the legislation. The U.S. Embassy is evacuating non-essential staff members from Haiti as gang violence grips the Caribbean nation.
The U.S. Southern Command says American military forces are assisting the operation and helping provide security at the request of the State Department. Families of diplomats and others were reportedly being airlifted out of the capital city of Port-au-Prince to safety. I'm Dave Collins.
Airbnb has announced a ban on indoor security cameras across all listings. The short-term rental platform made the declaration Monday. Previously, indoor security cameras were permitted in common areas if they were clearly disclosed on the listing page and placed in visible locations. The decision follows customer grievances and a sketch addressing the matter on Saturday Night Live. Johnsonville is recalling over 35,000 pounds of meat following several complaints regarding the presence of black rubber. The Wisconsin-based company initiated a recall of its ready-to-eat Polish kielbasa turkey sausage after receiving reports from at least 2 consumers regarding the presence of that foreign material. The affected product was produced on October 30th and 31st. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, looks like the midnight hour is upon us in the Eastern Time Zone. So we all know what that means. It's a brand new day. Good morning. Well, for the rest of the country, good evening. Hope your week's off to a good start. Made it through a Monday. That's always the hard part. Why is it so difficult getting through the greatest day of the week? But we will close out a Monday. We will transition into the 12th day of March for 2024. Georgia votes today. But first things first, welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. rolling into a new day. All right, we've warmed up a few degrees. I'm not going to complain. 47 outside the secret bunker tonight with clear skies. Yeah, you started the week off definitely on the chilly side there in the Northeast with those snow showers and snow squalls this past day. Yeah, still a few lake effect snow showers, believe it or not. Over in west central New York, maybe a few flakes up toward Kingston, Ontario as well, but most of that system is now out of here. And guess what you get to look forward to? That crazy roller coaster up and down continues. The weather took a wet, wintry turn, of course, over the weekend. Gusty winds, snow squalls, those winds, I believe, have finally died down as well. No more wind advisories there in the Northeast. But get ready, your next warm-up. The change of the seasons. Another noticeable change in the pattern on the way for the Ohio Valley and much of the Northeast. With the return of warmer conditions, temperature climb begins across most locations today, Tuesday. Yeah, it looks like temperatures are probably going to peak in each region on a different day, though. Temperatures in places like Indianapolis and Detroit have already started their climb Monday. They'll be peaking Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon, upper 60s. Further east, Washington, D.C. to Raleigh, North Carolina, you're forecast to be in the upper 70s, maybe even near 80 degrees, but that's not going to be till like Thursday or Friday. High temperature in Raleigh or D.C. in the upper 70s, that'd be more common for late April or even early May. Yeah, this high of a forecast certainly above the historical average, and even the highest we've seen so far this spring. Most locations are falling short of any sort of record levels this week, but as we've been rolling through the first few weeks of March, everybody's been a bit warmer than the historical average thus far for the interior Northeast and parts of the Great Lakes. Buffalo, New York, taking the lead as one of the warmest locations since the first of the month. You've been running more than 15 degrees above average for the first half of March. The next opportunity for some wet weather in the region comes up later this week, late Thursday, as that storm's going to strengthen in the Midwest. It's going to bring some rain to the Great Lakes in the Ohio Valley by the end of the day before spreading over the Northeast and the Tennessee River Valley by Friday. So again, we're looking ahead to later this week. Now, as of Monday morning, more than 20 river gauges across the region were at minor flood stage or higher, especially across New Jersey and along the Passaic River. The dry stretch of weather coming up here will allow some of those waters to recede a bit before that next round of rain. But weather update, Travelers Weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions, as we kick off a new day. Hey, we'll take a look out west. While we're talking about the big spring warm-up in the east, get ready, Denver. Are you ready for potentially the biggest snow you've seen all season? Uh-oh. AccuWeather expecting the Colorado Rockies to see the sight of another big dump of snow, heavy snow this week, and the potential for wintry weather and blizzard conditions snarling travel once again. We're starting off the week mild, afternoon highs into the 60s, and that continues through the day today for Tuesday. Now, in typical spring fashion, a pattern change is going to bring a return to wintry conditions rather soon. Storms bringing the coastal rain and some mountain snow to the northwest early this week. It's going to dive southeast as the week progresses, bringing with it a round of plowable snow to the Rockies by midweek. Snow is set to begin across Utah later today, Tuesday into Tuesday night, before spreading south and east into parts of Arizona, southern Wyoming, and Colorado on into Wednesday. Widespread accumulation 6 to 12 inches as the second half of the week progresses. Now, the forecast for over a half a foot of snow also includes the Denver metro area. Currently forecast to get anywhere from 6 to 10 inches from late Wednesday into Friday. Higher accumulations in excess of a foot are most likely in the mountainous terrain of Colorado, west and south of the city there. Now, the exact track of the storm could cause the areas of heaviest snow to kind of fluctuate in the coming days, but should more than 5.5 inches of snow fall at Denver International Airport, this storm would actually become the snowiest storm of the winter so far. Yeah, downtown Denver's largest snowfall this season was back in late October when 8 inches of snow was reported there. This is expected to be what they call that heavy, wet, clinging kind of snow that could result in power outages and downed trees, especially in areas where more than a foot of snow accumulates. Anyway, as the storm progresses, the snow may turn to a more powdery consistency. With the gusty winds, we could see reduced visibility, maybe even blizzard conditions for eastern Wyoming, all the way through eastern Colorado. All right, both the heavy snow and the blowing snow will be slowing travel at Denver International Airport, and of course, motorists on the roads, Interstate 25, Interstate 70 to be impacted by that snowstorm later this week. So again, hope your week's off to a good start. Welcome aboard, Philly Dan. How we doing here on a Tuesday? Happy Taco Tuesday. Good morning, drivers. Everybody stay safe out there. Jacob checks in. There's Mary Ann. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Did physical therapy this past day. Everything went well. Hello to Jeffrey in Florida this morning. Gilligan kicks his week off. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. It's clear, cool, kind of windy. 39 at the airport in Roanoke tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry. 42 degrees in Plaqueville. Back in the saddle after 3 days off and another year older today. That big 6'5". Happy birthday, Larry. 65. All right. We aren't getting any younger, are we? There's the Arizona window truck. Albuquerque, New Mexico. Check it in this evening. Everybody have a great morning. Hello to Pap. There's Brain Dead. Good morning. Happy Friday. That's the greatest day of the week for him. It's kind of clear, a balmy 48 degrees. Memphis International Airport. Got a Corinth and a Tupelo run and a late start at the warehouse for another day. I'll try to check in maybe later this morning. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Hello, Steve, and the most informed ladies and gentlemen. It's a mild 50 degrees, clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. I'd like to thank all those who wished me a happy birthday yesterday. As I always said, you do have the greatest family of listeners, and I really do appreciate that. Appreciate Hotshot Secret and Gold Eagle for the program. All please stay safe, and thank you to all the hardworking delivery drivers, those brave who keep us safe out here, and our great military, past and present. Thank you so very much. All right, Dipsy driver, I'm glad to hear you're feeling a bit better, right? 45 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour. Overnight drive, Tuesday. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Let's let it roll. Are you with me? Copy the mail, 57. Everything get worked out with Little Green this past day. Had her in the shop this past morning. Robert Duck, home tonight. Good to have you with us. Vernon says, where are you, Steve? Well, we're in the secret bunker here. Hope everything's working right. Again, it is 844-844-3388. Cap and Ron in the house. Rolling northbound through Gainesville, Florida tonight. It's a great night for trailer trucking. Semper Fi for all the drivers out there. Tomcat says, hi, leaving Dayton, headed towards a Toledo run tonight. Good to have you on board. We are underway. Lots to cover in the news, industry headlines. Where, oh, where did this driver go? Late last week, I believe it was a Thursday incident. I didn't share the story, but CDL Life had the report of a truck driver who had gone over an embankment. The truck load of lumber had kind of rolled down the hill, and they They couldn't find the driver, and they were having a difficult time getting to the truck, and their thinking was he may have been dead beneath the wreckage of the cab of the truck. Turns out, no. He's where is Waldo gone? We'll give you the rest of the story under our industry headlines coming up right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the word is, in West Virginia, authorities kind of be on the lookout, a missing person alert for the truck driver. They think he just maybe wandered around. He may be injured. He may be confused. Now, the crash occurred, it was like last Thursday again, I believe. The 39-year-old truck driver, Carlos Bonifacio Munoz, if I can pronounce that correctly, Bonifacio Munoz. 6 foot tall, weighs 170 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. He had left the scene of the crash, apparently, before first responders arrived. Did contact a family member in New Jersey who said that he was supposedly on Spencer Road in the Cotton, West Virginia area. According to the news release from the county sheriff's office, law enforcement has been unable to locate or contact Carlos. He hasn't been heard from since, though. They believe he's still in the Elkview area. Now, they're asking anyone with information to contact the sheriff's office there. They say he could be injured. He may not be aware of his surroundings. They believe he was trying to make his way through a series of sharp curves when his rig left the road, tumbled about 50 feet down a steep hill. That truck was hauling a flatbed trailer full of lumber that was spilled down the hillside there. So, I don't know, where has he gone? Got a couple of bridge issues we've been sharing for the past week or so. Of course, Sunday night, 8 p.m., the I-55 bridge there in Memphis shut down and will be shut down for the next 2 weeks. A rather lengthy shutdown there. That's all about maintenance work on the 55 bridge. Meanwhile, word this past day, the Sherman-Minton Bridge on I-64, connecting Louisville, Kentucky, and New Albany, Indiana, across the Ohio River, is closed as well. Apparently, last Friday, the Sherman-Minton Renewal Project team recommended the bridge should close immediately after a component of the bridge deck on the main span was found to be needing inspection and possible repair. Following the closure, engineers with the Indiana DOT and the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet did conduct detailed inspections under the top deck of the bridge during which time they say lateral beams were found to be out of alignment. On Sunday, the completion of the inspection process was announced, but the bridge was still closed in both directions this past day while analysis was taking place. The official word from the Indiana DOT was, "We're taking all necessary measures to ensure a thorough inspection and complete analysis before determining the next steps in reopening the bridge." During the ongoing bridge closure on 64, drivers should use alternate routes and designated detours. The project website suggested using the Interstate 265 and Interstate 65 alternate route. They said regional traffic signs and message boards would be providing notifications of the closure and available routes. I presume that is still shut down because this was press time earlier Monday afternoon. Some of the things going on out there. Now, the big news, the headline, a budget proposal saying what is Joe Biden thinking? Of course, we know it's not Joe. What is his administration thinking? $7.3 trillion budget, and they're talking the largest tax hikes in U.S. history. Speaker Mike Johnson said leadership members say President Biden's 2025 fiscal year budget is a roadmap to accelerate America's decline. Again, a $7.3 trillion spending wish list that is as much an election year pitch to voters, one that slams Republicans and former President Donald Trump by name, as it is a policy proposal. The price tag of this proposed budget, yet another glaring reminder of this administration's insatiable appetite for reckless spending and total disregard for fiscal responsibility. Mr. Johnson, Mike Johnson, the House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Majority Whip Tom Emmer, and Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik issued a joint statement saying Biden's budget doesn't just miss the mark, it is the proverbial roadmap to America's decline. Reports say that Biden wants to raise $5.5 trillion, with a T, trillion in taxes on corporations and high earners during the next 10 years. That's what this budget shows. Now that, he says, would help cut the federal deficit and pay for new programs to assist those who make less, cope with the high housing and child care cost. That's their word, $5.5 trillion. So obviously, that's been the buzz of the day. How many corporations, how many companies might actually exit the country if this all were to come to fruition? That's the word. Word from the Trump campaign was, if this budget goes through, we'll see 1 million jobs lost in this country. But I digress. Jason Smith of Missouri, he's the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. He said this 2025 fiscal year includes staggering tax increases for pretty much everybody. It is the largest tax increase in the history of our country, almost $5 trillion in new taxes, and that's not even counting his proposal that he wants all of the 2017 Trump tax cuts to expire as well. Now, everybody saw a tax cut. If you see those tax cuts removed, you're paying more in taxes, even if you don't make $400,000 a year. Smith said Biden's budget includes an additional $104 billion for the IRS so they can audit more taxpayers. Yeah, we don't want to see a larger IRS. What we want is a more simple tax code. Smith said this is not the right recipe. I'd love to have a revamped tax code that is simpler, flatter, and fair. That's exactly what we're going to strive for in 2025 when we're seeing all those Trump tax cuts that are expiring. Hopefully, we'll be able to move in that direction. This is what you hear from the average American, the small businesses out there, the family farmers. They're always worried about the IRS. They do everything they think is appropriate and right when they're filling out their taxes. But they're also paying someone to do their taxes. They just hope that they're never audited. What we need is a tax code that basically would make it where you wouldn't need an accountant or a CPA. You could just fill it out on a postcard. That's wishful thinking, I would say. But all right, we'll get to a news break just ahead here. Plenty of room for you. What's on your mind as we kick off a new day at 844-3388. The Dragon Crew 7 is on their way back to the planet Earth from the International Space Station. They departed, I believe, like 11 o'clock this past morning, Monday morning, slated to return, splashing down off the Florida coast later this morning, a little after 5:30. I believe it was 5:35 a.m., and they were showing kind of like the re-entry path. It's going to be going over some of the south central and southeastern USA to the Gulf of Mexico, where apparently some folks maybe woke up to the sound of a sonic boom as this thing is returning. More after this.
USA News Update. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan, unveiled Monday, outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security and foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledges differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed a recent interview in which Biden said that an Israeli invasion of the city of Rafah would constitute crossing a red line. Americans believe high prices will continue for the foreseeable future. According to a recent survey by the New York Federal Reserve, consumers believe that the inflation rate will increase to 3% within the next year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, so I'm looking at the trajectory map, I guess you'd call it, for later this morning, the return of SpaceX's Dragon Endurance spacecraft. So if you're out there tooling up and down the highways and byways, you'll, for hundreds of miles, you'll be able to get a view of this. The trajectory, I guess it comes into sight, begins to be seen over eastern portions of Colorado. Then nearly 90 degrees. I mean, straight overhead. The central path, which will be visible, hundreds of miles either direction, either way from the center, from north, south, east, west. You'll just have to. It'll be lower on the horizon the further away you are. But cutting right over that northeast corner of Colorado, kind of from northwest to southeast, right across the entirety of Kansas, cuts through that northeast corner of Oklahoma, then again northwest to southeast, right across the state of Arkansas, down through southern Mississippi. Splashdown is supposed to take place right off the coast of near Pensacola, Florida, later this morning. And they're showing timing-wise, and this thing's going to be booking. It's going to look like a big fireball in the sky. People will think a plane's going to crash or something. It'll be quite the spectacle. The Facebook post said, calling all space enthusiasts and early risers. Tuesday morning is your day. Splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico near Pensacola between 4 and 6 a.m. There's no need to call 911 if you hear or see something. It's just the sound of exploration and discovery. Now, these are in the Eastern time. I know it's crossing through the central time zones, but these are Eastern time. Starts about 5:36 a.m. over the northeast corner of Colorado. And over the next 4 or 5 minutes, it's 5:41. That's when it'll be all the way splashing down off the coast of Florida. So just in those few minutes, it will be quite the spectacle. Massive fireball in the sky. It's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into a Tuesday? Hello to Vernon chiming in here. There's Rod Upton. Hello, buddy, and all the listeners out there. And we say Captain Ron is in the house. Yes, indeed. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 56 degrees in Enid, Oklahoma. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west with dairy cows headed to the Lone Star. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from George Knight's Northwest Passage. All right. Steve says hello from Borrego Springs, California tonight. Buckeye Boy, what's happening in Ackworth, Georgia? 43 degrees. It's actually a bit warmer than that here. What the heck? Had to get some work done on the truck this past day. Decided to get my preventive maintenance done. And then when I went to buy the 10 gallons of oil at the local truck parts store near my mechanic, since my Wally World didn't have any, and had to pay $36 a gallon plus tax. Now, I had been getting it from Walmart for $16 a gallon. What a ripoff. Well, I had no choice. Did go on to watch the 3-year-old grandson's first baseball game. It was great. Kids are awesome. He gave it his all, even though he was 3/4 of one arm with no fingers and his other arm is normal. We treat him just like any other kid, and he asks for help when he needs it, but he tries to do everything and manage to do a lot of the same things other kids can do. Very proud of him. Got a dental appointment, haircut, and voting tomorrow. So everybody have a great night and be careful out there. Yeah, Georgia will be voting today, Tuesday. All right, thank you very much. I've got a dental appointment too. This is like my anxiety Tuesday morning. Like so many, I don't know why, I have an extreme paranoia of dentists. And I get to go get that crown put in. But I was pleasantly surprised that they had their first appointment was 7 a.m. I said, 7? I said, that works perfect for me. I work all night. I'll close things out at 5 a.m. I get the grandson on the school bus and head right over for an early morning dental appointment. But I'm not looking forward to it. Springtime. Who was it? I think it was Senior Heatwave last evening. Said, I don't know if I'm coming down with the cold, but kind of congested on one side. I'm thinking, I noticed on some of our local news, it's early in the season, but like the pollen numbers have been really, really high. All the trees are budding and the bushes beginning to bloom, right? If you're already sniffling and sneezing, even though it's only March, do not despair. High pollen counts mean pollen season and seasonal allergies are not only occurring earlier this year, but also at increased severity. Experts say that the pollen counts are significantly higher than they would have been like 3 decades ago. Climate change. According to the Healthline, record high pollen counts and seasonal allergies are starting earlier this year, particularly in the north and southeast parts of the country. Spring allergies, also called hay fever, affect about 60 million Americans. Symptoms typically just kind of irritating, kind of inconvenient, but for some could be life-threatening. An allergic reaction occurs when the immune system develops IgE antibodies against a particular allergen like pollen. When you come into contact with these allergens, your immune system develops kind of a hypersensitive response, releasing those histamines into your bloodstream that can have a cascading effect. That's your allergy symptoms. With higher pollen counts, symptoms, nasal congestion, the itchy, watery eyes, the cough, may appear to be worse this year. One allergy specialist with the Northeast Georgia Physicians Group gave a little bit of advice to avoid exposure You keep the windows closed both at home and when you're out in the car. You try to get out mainly in the late afternoon or early evening when pollen levels tend to be lower. Eat anti-inflammatory foods. They recommend choosing foods and spices with antihistamine and anti-inflammatory properties. That would be things like ginger, garlic, rosemary, and parsley. Take your supplements to combat allergies. All right, take off your shoes when you get into the house. Try to wash the clothes that you wear outside more often to remove those allergens. Yeah, I don't have the extreme allergies. I have a brother that he's got I think it's the ragweed. He's got the fall. His eyes will literally swell shut. It's just horrible allergies. See what's going on the phones at 844-844-3388. Looks like Eagles got to get an early start to the day, so we wanted to kind of chime in out of the box this Tuesday morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay, yeah, Steve, yeah, I might be able to call in later on tonight, but I got to go deliver a load tonight around about 2 o'clock, and I ain't going to be able to talk on the phone while I'm in the warehouse. So I had to, call in early tonight because some of these warehouses, they got some of the dumbest rules, Steve. Some of these places that you go to now, they say you can't bring a cell phone in. Some places won't let you wait in your truck. I think that's the dumbest rule out of everything I've seen. You know, they tell you that you can't wait in your truck, and you have to give them the keys to your truck. So if it's 100 degrees outside, you in Phoenix, Arizona, and you got to sit in a hot-ass truck with no air conditioning, they won't let you out of the truck. Or if you up in Cleveland, Ohio, in a snowstorm, they tell you that you can't leave the truck running. You got to give them the keys to the truck. You stay in the truck, but you can't leave the truck running. It's just ridiculous. And then some people even say that you can't stay in the truck. They say that you have to, they have like a little lounge area in the warehouse where they want the drivers to sit at while they loading and unloading the truck. There's a lot of places claim that truck drivers pull off, and you have to be a very stupid person to do that, but they say that truck drivers pull off the loading dock while the forklift is in the back of the trailer, and people have got killed. I don't understand why somebody would pull a truck off a loading dock with man is loading the truck, but that's what it takes. You never know when you got driving these trucks nowadays. But there's a lot of rules you have to go by at night. You know, when you're delivering a lot of these loads now, you're at these customers, they got all kind of deals you got to go by. But yeah, I had to get in early tonight, Steve, because I got some very disturbing news about New York and New York City. You know how I feel about New York City. I've told you that over the last couple of weeks. It's nothing but a rat-infested rat hole that's just disgusting. Like I said, I haven't been to New York since 2001, Steve. Since 9/11 was the last time I stepped foot in New York, and I don't care if I never ever go to New York again. I lost a lot of. What'd you say?
I understand. A lot of drivers refuse to go into New York.
Yeah. I lost a lot of respect for New York, Steve, when they didn't rebuild the Twin Tower buildings. When I first started driving trucks back in the 90s, that was one thing I looked forward to because I grew up in the South. I wanted to go to New York and see the Twin Tower buildings and, see them. I never got a chance to go inside of them, but I knew some people that worked in them. I met some people. But every time I went to New York, I would always look at those towers and say to myself, who built those things? How could they construct something so high up in the air, twin buildings like that? And after the Bin Laden tore them down, and the USA decided not to rebuild, it really disappointed me because I think that they basically let the terrorists win. They should have built them buildings back, and they should have built them even higher, Steve. They should have built both of them in the same damn spot they was in. They should have rebuilt both of them and made them even higher than they was before, just to show these terrorist bastards that they can't come to our country and do something like that. But But unfortunately, the people don't think like that. But yeah, getting to the disturbing news, Steve, and this should concern everybody that's listening to me tonight. And I've talked to you about this Letitia James before, this fraud that's trying to steal money from Donald Trump, over $500 million that she claimed Donald Trump owes the state of New York. As far as I'm concerned, you owe him one damn dime. But have you heard the latest news, Steve? But I'm going to tell you what I would do if I worked for the New York City Fire Department. Have you heard the news that Letitia James made an appearance in front of the New York Fire Department last week, and some of the people in the crowd were booing her.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the firemen they don't like her. They don't like how she tried to railroad Donald Trump. So guess what she does, Steve? She goes back to their superiors, and they're going over the videotape right now, and they're trying to find out who were these fire department people that had the gall, the nerve to boo such an important person as Letitia James. So she thinks she is. So they're reviewing this film right now, Steve, and they said that these fire guys are going to be reprimanded or maybe even fired from the New York City Fire Department, brother. Well, here's what I say, Steve, to Letitia James and anybody associated with her in New York. Do you know, I can't say what I want to say on the radio, but do you know what she can do with that job? I wish they would come to me if I work for that fire department and tell me that they're going to put me on suspension or they're going to fire me because I was booing that fraud. You know, they wouldn't have had an opportunity to do that to me because I would quit before they got to my name. They can look at all the videos they want to look at because I tell them to kiss my ass and walk straight out the door because that's not the only fire department in the USA, Letitia James, just in case you didn't know that. Like I said, Steve, I tell her to get the hell out of New York. You can have New York. You can let New York rot in hell for all I care because it's a decaying city. People are leaving New York in droves, Steve. I told you about Sean Hannity, radio host on Fox Radio. He got the hell. He's been talking for years that he was going to get the hell out of New York because of the high taxes and the bogus juries and DAs and all this other bogus garbage they got going on in New York. Sean Hannity now resides in New York. You can listen to his radio show every afternoon,
Florida,
2 or 3 o'clock, and he stays in Florida now.
Yep.
Yeah, he got the hell out of New York. He ain't the only one that's getting the hell out of New York. The hell with New York, the hell with Letitia James. And like I said, Donald Trump doesn't owe her one dime. He should never give her not one dime of that money. And it's like I told you a couple of weeks ago, if she tries to touch his property, I would sue Letitia James for everything she owns, Steve. Because, see, this woman has taken it a little bit too far. She's not as special as she thinks she is. And for her to get mad about people booing her, maybe if she did her job, maybe if she wasn't a bogus fraud, maybe people wouldn't boo you. But she never thought about that. So that's the reason why I'm saying this, Steve. People can't let this stand. You can't have people reviewing film and booing people. Now let me talk about Joe Biden, Steve. Here's another guy, another fraud. Because see, here's how it goes, Steve. They ripped Trump off in 2020. Joe Biden held a rally. He held a so-called rally about a day or two ago. You should have seen the amount of people that showed up, Steve. Reason why they didn't want to show it, but a protester showed up. A Palestinian protester showed up and started yelling at Joe Biden. And you should have seen the amount of people in that arena. I doubt if there were 30 or 40 people in there to listen to him speak. Now, I say that to say this. Donald Trump held a rally in Georgia, standing room only crowd, Steve, on Saturday. Everywhere Donald Trump goes, he got people waiting in line days and hours trying to get in cold, hot. It don't matter what kind of weather conditions. They pulled this stunt in 2020. The American people, they can't let this go on. We don't live in a banana republic, Steve. We have got to have a legit election. We cannot allow these people to rip this election off again this year because Joe Biden does not have the support, and it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. Now, let's look at this other situation. And I've told you this for years, Steve, and all your listeners, because I've done it at my home. CNN, MSNBC, CBS, NBC, ABC, all the alphabet the whole damn alphabet. None of those channels are in my operation in my home because these people are nothing like Trump said. They're fake media and they're garbage. And anybody that wants the right thing for America will disconnect these channels off of their cable or satellite provider because they're nothing but bogus organizations that talk nothing but trash about Donald Trump night after night on CNN and MSNBC, Rachel Maddox, Don Lemons and people like that. All of them need to be, all those channels need to be disconnected as far as I'm concerned. Because see, here's why I say this, Steve. The latest poll is coming out and they trying to pull the wool over the Americans again. They had the nerve to say that if we had an election right now, it's running 45 and 45 right now. With Trump got 45%, Biden got, and that's a damn lie. Anybody in their right mind know how unpopular Joe Biden is. There is no way in hell that Joe Biden is running at 45% with Trump at 45. There's got to be at least 60, 40, or maybe even 70, 30 at this point. But they're going to try to lie, and they're going to try to fake, and they're going to try to steal another damn election. But the American people, like Trump said, you got to get out and vote. You got to vote. So many people got to vote that they can't steal the damn election. They can't rig the votes up because we cannot take another 4 years of Joe Biden in the White House, Steve. If Biden gets back in the White House in 24, the USA is done. Like I told you so many times, we're in the toilet bowl right now, Steve. We're swimming around in the toilet bowl right now until November. Come November, Biden gets in. Guess what? Biden pulls the lever and flushes the United States right on down the toilet into the sewer with the rest of the third world countries. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Good luck with that delivery in a couple of hours there, Eagle. Thanks for chiming in. Talking about law enforcement exiting New York. This was part of our discussion last evening when Q Ball kind of chimed in and Pappy mentioned the fact that law enforcement is speaking out. That law enforcement, they're retiring or leaving departments all over the country. Right on the heels of that, this past day, in response to the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police seriously understaffed force, the department recently announced police officers will no longer respond to certain calls labeled as in-progress emergencies like harassment, theft, or burglary alarms. According to Channel 11, Pittsburgh Bureau of Police Chief Larry Scoriotto is hoping to reduce the department's call volume from roughly 200,000 calls a year to approximately 50,000 calls. As a result, calls for issues like theft, burglary, and harassment will be reported through a telephone recording unit or an online report. He's claimed that the Bureau's change will allow police officers to better be engaged in the local community, but many people expressing their safety concerns. When it comes to harassment and things of this nature, you better have a police officer there, according to one councilman. That's what the public expects. And that's what I would expect of our city. They also reported the city's 6 police stations will now conduct operations without desk officers from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Instead of having desk officers, the city will have call boxes linked to 911 for emergency situations. Also, as few as 22 police officers may be available to cover the overnight shifts in Pittsburgh. Despite pushback regarding the city's major policing change, he's maintained that these changes will still provide sufficient security for the community. Police chief is claiming the new staffing plan is intended to maximize their limited resources. Now, he said there is not any data to support us having our zones manned by personnel from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. For the very one-off instance, I can't make an exception. He also announced the city's police officers will transition from a 5 8-hour workday week to 4 10-hour workday week, providing officers with an extra day off each week. Now, he said an additional day away from work each week will focus on family, friends, or outside pursuits. That's key to creating a healthy workforce and contributes to the goal of not only recruiting new officers, but retaining those we have for the long haul. Interesting. In response to Police Bureau's changes, the Pittsburgh Police Officers Union provided a statement warning that these changes could lead to potential contract violations. The staffing plan designed by Police Command is a direct response to a seriously understaffed police department. Only time will tell if the plan works or if the chief may have to pivot and modify his plan very quickly. Those kind of issues happening all over the country. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is praising his colleagues for doing their part to avert a partial government shutdown, passing a $459 billion aid package to help fund programs like ag, energy, housing, and more.
I'm especially pleased that it will advance priorities near and dear to the hearts of my fellow Kentuckians, from rural transportation to military readiness to stopping the flow of illegal drugs.
U.S. and coalition forces recently shot down over 28 Houthi drones during an attempted attack by Iran-backed Houthi forces. Department of State spokesman Matthew Miller discussing the recent strikes by these forces and calls on the Houthis to stop their hostilities while at the State Department briefing.
Certainly, we welcome any decrease in hostilities against our forces. We have made clear that the attacks on our forces were unacceptable and that we would take action to defend U.S. interests and U.S. personnel, and we will continue to do so if appropriate.
The Senate Committee on Intelligence held its annual hearing about worldwide threats the United States currently faces Monday afternoon. Florida Republican Senator and Vice Committee Chairman Marco Rubio cites the threats being posed by the Chinese Communist Party in his opening remarks and how some of their companies are using technology against the United States.
They happen to control a company that owns the world's one of the world's best artificial intelligence algorithms. It's the one that's used in this country by TikTok.
Americans are expecting high prices due to inflation to stick around for some time. That's according to the New York Fed Reserve's survey on consumer expectations. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Campaigning in a New Hampshire town west of Manchester, President Biden, without proof, tells the crowd that his opponent, former President Donald Trump, wants to cut Social Security and Medicare.
I'm never going to allow that to happen. I won't cut Social Security. I won't cut Medicare. Instead of cutting Medicare and give tax breaks to the wealthy, I will protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare and make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share.
Some Republican politicians are looking into ways to slow down the amount of illegal immigrants coming into the United States, including by plane. Republican Senator from Kansas, Roger Marshall, is introducing legislation to prevent illegal immigrants from boarding planes without legal documentation. He explains why he needs support from his colleagues in the Senate on Fox Business.
When they get to this country, they're using their CBP One app in lieu of a driver's license or a passport to board the plane. I think that's subjecting Americans to significant dangers, that these people are not being vetted the same as ours. So we're trying to put an end to that.
Health officials in the United States are monitoring more cases of measles. Doctors at UC Davis in California are trying to contact around 300 people who may have been exposed to the virus. Officials say a child was treated at the facility on March 5th after traveling abroad. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go. Another round number 2. As we kick off a Tuesday. It looks like, lo and behold, I think Cue Ball is going to be checking in here. I had several things that you brought up last evening, Cue Ball. Yeah, came up in the news this past day. Yeah, I shared the one. Yeah, the policing thing. He also brought up what's going on with the airlines. Airline safety, railroad safety. Yeah, maybe drawing some correlation to things that happened 2-3 years ago when a whole lot of airline pilots, workers were dismissed. And it was across the board, the nursing profession. Now, remember that conversation? Well, here we have this past day, United facing safety concerns after 5 major equipment incidents this past week alone. 3 of which in just the last several days. A United Airbus flight out of Chicago had to return to the Windy City Saturday due to a maintenance issue. This was just the latest in a string of mishaps for United. United Flight 821 took off from San Francisco International Friday afternoon, headed to Mexico City. Quickly diverted to L.A. due to an issue with the hydraulic system, according to an airline representative. That flight landed safely, passengers deplaned normally at the gate. The hydraulic system suffered an issue in one of the 3 hydraulic units. Now, they said this particular aircraft has multiple systems of redundancy. The FAA is investigating that. Another United flight Friday saw one of the Boeing aircrafts drift off the runway in Houston after it rolled onto the grass when exiting the taxiway. Those 160 passengers were evacuated, no one hurt. Video shows the aircraft's left wing touching the ground as the passengers were bussed to the tarmac. A Boeing plane flying from San Francisco to Japan Thursday that's the one where the tire fell off during takeoff. That one had to divert to L.A. as well. That fallen landing gear damaged several cars at the airport. All those passengers, 235, landed safely at LAX. Monday, another flight, also a Boeing, was forced to make an emergency landing after one of the engines exploded minutes into the trip. Intense flames visible from passenger windows on the left side. The plane had to land back in Houston. It's just an onslaught of incidents involving these aircraft. Starting in January when that Alaska Airlines plane had the door plug come off in mid-flight. The FAA expert panel previously ripped Boeing's lack of awareness of safety-related metrics at all levels of the organization. That was last month. Boeing told the Post over the weekend they're closely monitoring the situation, will provide any support needed to United Airlines and the investigators. Is it safe to book a flight? Some are questioning right now. What's going on with United Airlines? Oh, that really gives me that warm, fuzzy feeling. It's the 4th emergency this week from United Airlines, referring to the Mexico flight incident. But separately, Boeing, right here, the former Boeing quality manager, guy by the name of John Barnett. He publicly voiced safety concerns about their planes, has died at the age of 62. What the coroner says was a self-inflicted wound. The Charleston City Police Department is investigating his death. He retired from Boeing. Now, this is going back to 2017 after a 32-year career. From 2010, he spent time as a quality manager at the North Charleston plant responsible for producing the 787 Dreamliner. He became a whistleblower in 2019, alleging that Boeing had compromised safety standards in their haste to manufacture new aircraft, leading to the use of faulty parts and malfunctioning oxygen masks in nearly a quarter of the planes. One anonymous source affiliated with Boeing in a 2014 documentary said they saw a lot of things that shouldn't go on at an airplane plant. People talking about doing drugs, looking for drugs. One plant manager or plant worker from Boeing, rather, speaking ostensibly from inside the plant, said, it's all coke and painkillers. What's the other one? You can get good weed here. Really good weed. Now, this is going all the way back to allegations following fatal crashes of 2 Boeing 737 MAX 8 planes back in 2018 and 2019. Despite Boeing's denial of Barnett's claims and reassurances about their aircraft's safety, a 2017 review by the FAA confirmed some of those concerns, prompting directives for Boeing to rectify these identified issues. Just a long story short, I guess there's a lot of stuff that's been going on in some of these facilities. You can't be messing around when it comes to the likes of airline safety. Just putting all the pieces together. Cue Ball, what do you say? What's happening this morning?
Oh, not a heck of a lot, Steve. Yeah, that's some serious stuff. You know, not for nothing. Boeing, they're headquartered out just south of Seattle, ain't they?
I believe, yes.
And I wonder why the documentary tells a lot about a lot of drug use over there. Steve, have you ever been anywhere near Seattle recently?
Never.
I mean, you ain't missing much. Wow. You want to talk about an area that is absolutely devastated and ravished by chronic drug use. That's there. That whole state, especially the Seattle area, Portland. Not granted, that's, Oregon, but that whole West Coast is just devastated by drug use. They don't give a rip, man. You can do whatever you want out there. No one's going to care.
Mm-hmm.
But where is your hiring pool if you're Boeing? You want to hire people, but you have to drug test them. With that population, you may as well pack it up and move. Oh, wait, isn't that why they built that place in South Carolina and the union got all pissy with them? Ain't that something? Oh, yeah. I was listening to what Eagle was saying about these rules, a lot of these warehouses, and it got me thinking of a handful of things today to kind of add on to what I had spoke about yesterday on your show. The trucking industry, historically, we put up, the reason why all these goofy rules come up, that Eagle was discussing, is because we put up with it. If you're telling me, I've been in places like that where they're like, well, you need to give us a key to the truck. I'll just give you a key. They don't, when I got a key in the ignition and I got a key for the door. That way I can leave the truck running and lock the door. I hand them the door key. Truck stays running. You don't like it? I'll unhook from the trailer. You don't like that? I'll leave the lot. You don't like that? I'll leave the lot with your load. Now what are you going to tell me? I can't? Good. Call the cops. See what they tell you. You cannot keep me imprisoned. F you. That's what you tell them. F you. And leave. They can't do spit. So we get the treatment we accept because as an industry, we put up with that stuff. Somebody else called yesterday. I figured I'd just clarify it on something he said about me. But yeah, as far as the trucking show, I just want to give it an accurate time where I'll be at the Green APU booth. It'll be Thursday on the 21st at Mid-America Trucking Show. By the way, Steve, and that's between 2 and 4 p.m. By the way, I'm also waiting on an email back from your people. Hoping to see you again over there, too, sometime that weekend or during that block of time. So that'd be awesome. Yeah, we'll talk offline about that. But, yeah. Anyways, we put up with that nonsense, so we get it, right? But there's a lot of other things I noticed that as a society, we do the same thing. Let me give you an example. So many people may or may not know that I run a YouTube channel in my truck. It's not a plug for the channel, but
sure.
I have another YouTube channel that, well, I'm not going to do it. It's fine. But it's not my point. I have another YouTube channel that moved close to me, near where my shop is, that we did a collab the other day. And afterwards, of course, we went to the bar, had a couple drinks, had dinner, and we're shooting a crap. There's another YouTube channel that came out of California. And we got to talking, and I guess that I've been doing trucking the way I've been doing it for so long that I guess in the end I lost track of the modern way of other people's outlook on it, for lack of a better term. But I don't know how to explain it right, but I'll try to expound on it. So it's a team couple. They have three trucks, and they came out of California and moved up by me and was up by Green Bay area in Wisconsin. Now, they were hauling out of California, so their trucks had to be California compliant, and their best truck that they had, they sold because it was not California compliant. They bought one truck, or the third truck, I should say, based on a contract that not long after they bought the truck, they lost that contract because they were leased on with or hooked up with a larger outfit out there, and they decided to change directions because that place started to have some financial difficulty. So then they decided, you know what, they moved out. And they got to telling me about the difference in living. I mean, I always considered Wisconsin a very politically confused state. But these people moved to California, and they're looking at an area, same region where I live. They literally live 20 minutes away. And they're like, oh, my God, this is paradise. And I'm like, what are you talking about? We're kind of screwed up here. They're like, oh, no, you don't know what screwed up is. And they started telling me some stuff, and I'm like, what in the hell took you so long to finally have your Yosemite Sam moment where you go, I stands all I can stands, and I can't stands no more? How in the hell did you last even that long? I'd have left forever ago. I mean, the insanity they were talking about the schools, just some of the issues with the kids because they still have young children, and how immediately the kids started to change and not have so many issues, let's just say, because they were with more normal-minded people. Now the kids are more involved, they're doing more things, and they're happy. You got the schools out there in Cali telling them, you need to go see the doctor, load them up on 18 billion different pharmaceuticals. Like, no, you don't. You need to go to a real school, real kids that are, like, normal, that aren't confused. And, all of a sudden, wow, the kids are thriving all of a sudden. I'm like, what in the hell took you so long? I guess, there's a thing called normalcy bias. We all have it. It's just really simple, like what you consider normal. It's like I make the joke, like my girlfriend Jen. She grew up in a situation with single mother household in Philadelphia. She considered the way I grew up weird. Like, what do you mean? You have a legitimate dad, like an actual dad, and a mom, and meanwhile, and grandparents to live with you? What? Meanwhile, I thought everybody had a grandma and grandpa to live with them, in addition to a mom and a dad, right? Right. Normalcy bias. It's all that is. So I guess when you're caught up in it and you don't look beyond where you're at, everyone always says the grass is greener on the other side till you get there. Well, sometimes it actually is, and you got to actually travel a little bit to, go take a look. But some people just stick in that little normalcy bias bubble and don't look out very far, and it's not a smart thing. But sometimes I think people just let it go so bad for so long, they don't realize how bad it can be. Eagle brought up the thing with Letitia James in the fire department. Again, just like my friends who left California, let them deal in their misery. Go somewhere else. The firefighters, okay. Maybe FDNY should give, if they start doing that, just try to get these guys in trouble that boot that fraud, maybe they ought to give them what they want. I've said that for years when it comes to this industry. Give them what they want. You want to treat us like that? Good. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Now what are you going to do? When you lose me, how are you going to replace me? Let the firefighters decide, you know what? F it. We're not doing this one no more. Let them start leaving. Let them start not doing their job. Let them not show up. Like in the police department, they call it the blue flu. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you call it with the fire department pulls the same nonsense, but give them what they want. You want to F with us? Okay, fine. We'll F back. It's so simple. F-A-F-O. It's not that hard to figure out. But start giving it to them, just like with the load. You treat me like that, I'm not going to deliver it to you, period. Not doing it. I've said for many years that that's what people need to do. And be brutal about it. Be absolutely brutal about it. There's no reason for this kind of nonsense to continue. The same one, Letitia James, I was talking about. It's funny how it hit the news and then it died off. They're suing, just like they went after Trump. They're suing JBS Meatpacking.
Right.
Okay. You know, I said it last night. JBS, stop selling meat to the city of New York. Fine, no problem. We'll solve that. We ain't selling you meat at any cost. Effing starve. Deal with it. You don't deal with, you allow that kind of nonsense to happen in your city, general public. That's what you get. You voted for these people. That's what you got. Starve. Come to New Jersey, you want to buy, you buy your pork meat sausage. New Jersey learned the same way. You know, maybe New Jersey might be smart enough to watch New York and be like, we ain't doing that no more. Now, I get it in the same token. You don't want big, huge corporations to run the government, but there is a point, well, a lot like we don't already have that, but there is a point when you unfairly target a group of people, that same group of people ought to say, you know what, F it, we're going home. How many years have I said when they do that 72-hour DOT road check? You're right. It's all about safety. That is the perfect time for me to shut Orwell down for 3 days and make sure I do my maintenance on those 3 days. It's for safety. Let's all shut them down on those 3 days for the maintenance of our trucks. Those are the days we'll do it. Because you want to target us? F you. We're not playing in your pond. You filled it up with sharks. Let the sharks starve. The minnows left the town. It's really simple. Steve, what city was that you were talking about with the whole thing with the police and they're not going to serve calls? And right before we went to break, before
Pittsburgh.
You picked me up, what
Pittsburgh.
City? Pittsburgh.
Yes.
You know, I think I was hoping when COVID season turned to riot season, I had hoped that we were going to have, as a society, an honest conversation, an honest look at what went wrong when it came to the public and policing. I've spoke about this for many, many years, and it largely falls on, you know, because everybody's got their, it's like a sports team mentality. My team is the best. Why? I don't know. They're just the best because it's where I'm from that's involved. And it's always been a dicey situation. And I'm trying to, to me, it's like it's a really simple problem, but nobody has the stones to stand up and take it because the left versus right. The right love the police until the police are stomping on your rights, a.k.a. during COVID. Remember Officer Anderson made that video that he's not going to violate people's rights because of the COVID hysteria? He wasn't an officer for very long after that was done. But yet, if he had shot and killed somebody that he shouldn't have, he'd have gotten a paid vacation, what they call a paid administrative leave. But he made an insensitive Facebook post, so he got fired. So in other words, you could shoot somebody and keep your job and sit at home with your feet kicked up and get a paid vacation, but make a Facebook post the department don't like and you lose your job within minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. That's the unions. Pappy talked about that yesterday a little bit where he's talking about, I forget the examples, but there are some of them that they should be losing their jobs immediately over some of the stuff they've done. But yet you got, you know, police that actually follow their oath, that try to be good people, good officers, good public servants, and they get run through the ringer over bull crap. Somehow we've allowed this. And it's kind of like, I'll give you another example. We talked, just growing up in Jersey, I saw a lot of absolute corruption just growing up. Again, normalcy bias. I thought it was normal. I thought everybody, if you were related to a cop, I thought every police officer's mother had a gold, like literally a brass metal engraved card that if you got caught speeding, you give to the officer because your son was a cop. And you got that gold card, they won't give you a ticket. Don't matter what you did. You do 130 up the Parkway, get pulled over, hand them the card, have a nice day, ma'am. That's it, done. Those are called PBA cards. Most of them are paper, but if you're directly related to the officer, you get the brass in grave. I don't know why engraved's so hard to say today. A brass engraved one. Look it up online. Google Images, New Jersey PBA cards. I thought everybody, if you were related to a cop, I thought everybody got that. Of course, I didn't have a cop in my family, so I didn't get no PBA card. I got a boatload of tickets. But if you see, that's the basic corruption that I grew up with. Remember we talked about years ago, I'll never forget the guy's name, Pedro Abad Jr., one of Linden's finest. Got liquored up on Long Island, drove the wrong way, ran into a semi-truck, and they kept him on the job and didn't charge him for driving drunk because he got so horrifically wrecked, he killed a bunch of people in his car, in fact, because he hit a head-on into a semi-truck. And they kept him on the job and didn't charge him with the crime. This is New York doing it to a New Jersey cop because they didn't want him to lose his insurance so he could get fixed up in the hospital. Then they charged him after they got up. But had it been anybody else got liquored up and crashed in a semi and killed 2 people, you'd have been charged before the sun rose the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of crap I'm talking about. And we allow that to go on and on and on. So, here we go. Start looking at the situation in Pittsburgh. Let me ask you this, Steve. So if you're in Pittsburgh and you catch somebody stealing a catalytic converter out from underneath your car or your pickup truck, you call the police. What's going to happen? Apparently, nothing. Now, same situation. And you catch somebody stealing a catalytic converter out from underneath your car or truck. And you baseball bat that guy in the kneecap. See how fast the boys of blue automatically show up.
Mm-hmm.
Do not think for a minute that that's not part of the basic plan and agenda. We are told it's a society nowadays very different from what it was in the old days when things weren't, at least didn't seem to be as bad.
Right. Well, if you can pause there, because we got to get a news break. But plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. That's our number on a Tuesday morning.
USA News Update. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan, unveiled Monday, outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security and foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledges differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed a recent interview in which Biden said that an Israeli invasion of the city of Rafah would constitute crossing a red line. Americans believe high prices will continue for the foreseeable future. According to a recent survey by the New York Federal Reserve, consumers believe that the inflation rate will increase to 3% within the next year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Right now, you can eliminate odors, mold, mildew, bacteria, and viruses in your home with the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses Oxy technology that naturally sends out O3 molecules that seek out and destroy odors. The Thunderstorm doesn't mask or cover up bad smells, it eliminates them, leaving that fresh, clean smell, just like after a thunderstorm. The Thunderstorm is small, plugs right into the wall, and fits in the palm of your hand. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you want clean, fresh air. It even includes a USB cord for your car or truck. Right now, save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. That's 3 units for under $200, a fraction of the cost compared to other air purifiers. Go to EdenPureDeals.com and use discount code USA3 to save $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Use USA and the number 3. Shipping is free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much, and welcome back. It's 844-844-3388. We'll jump over to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Several horrific crashes in recent days involving big trucks. 2 separate incidents and a total of 14 lives lost. Neither incident the fault of the truck driver, but nonetheless, the media will tout it as these deadly trucks out there, that they share the numbers of incidents, fatalities involving big trucks. We see these numbers on a regular basis. More often than not, they fail to point out that most of these, 70, 80+% of the time, the accident is not the fault of the truck driver. It's been the case for years. But we'll give you one involved a school bus, one involved a van, where I think there were 9 fatalities in that particular incident. But Cue Ball brought up Letitia James. Now, Betsy McCoffey, I believe she's a writer for the Western Journal. Yeah, she chimed in about Letitia and her latest beef. Yeah, her beef with beef, as she put it. Suing JBS USA Food, the U.S. subsidiary of the world's largest beef producer, accusing them of fraudulent and illegal business activities, demanding disgorgement of all profits and ill-gotten gains. Yeah, James' lawsuit is frivolous, a mere publicity stunt, she says. She's using the state's legal apparatus to punish individuals in industries unpopular with the left. sacrificing the rule of law in the process. If she can make the Empire State into a living hell for beef producers, she can do it for any other industry. Her politically motivated legal attacks will scare companies out of New York. Your business or your job could be next. Now, she's already, as we know, used her powers of her office to go after Donald Trump and the National Rifle Association. Now she's targeting a beef producer. What's next? Yeah, fur manufacturers, car dealerships, big pharmaceuticals, pro-life groups, Friends of Israel, any company that donates to Republicans. Most of her 38-page legal complaint is a rant against beef, not JBS specifically. Beef has the highest total greenhouse gas emissions of any major food commodity, and beef production is linked to large-scale deforestation, especially in the Amazon rainforest. Now, New York's a hell of a long way from the Brazilian rainforest or even JBS U.S. operations in Colorado. So how does she justify a New York lawsuit? Vic asked that same question last week. Now, she accuses JBS of fraud for telling New York consumers that the company aspires to achieve net zero by 2040. The fraud charge is ridiculous. Labeling chuck steak as filet mignon, that would be fraud because it would be misrepresenting the product being sold. But saying you aspire to net zero carbon emissions 20 years from now, that is not fraud. Half the world's 2,000 largest publicly listed corporations say they aspire to net zero by 2040. Very few have any concrete plans to actually get it done. How are they going to get there? The technology hasn't been developed to do it affordably yet. Aspiring is not a legal commitment. Yeah, the complaint makes very clear her goal isn't to get JBS to refine their advertising. She wants to put beef producers out of business. Citing a United Nations report, she argues that emissions cannot be eliminated through existing or anticipated technologies. Instead, scientists point to the need to reduce production of and demand for meat, including beef. JBS Group plans to do the opposite, according to her complaint. JBS Group forecast increased demand for their product over the coming decades, and they intend to meet that demand, rightfully so. So what is the crime? Growing instead of caving to the left and closing down? This lawsuit is a red flag warning to businesses not to expect impartial justice. She's targeting the politically disfavored for extinction. It will mean publicity for her, but millions of dollars in defense cost for her victims. Where is the New York State Bar Association? They are supposed to uphold the integrity of our legal system and discipline lawyers who bring frivolous lawsuits. Rule number 3.1 of their Rules of Professional Conduct defines a frivolous lawsuit as one having, quote, no reasonable purpose other than to harass or maliciously injure. That is the JBS lawsuit to a T. In other words, why has she not yet been disbarred? But, all right, Q-Ball, update there. She's nuts.
Yikes. No, she's not nuts. She's under control by the left, by the left-wing globalists like George Soros. She's doing what she's told. She's following orders. That whole company's aspiring to be net zero, carbon.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you better make sure that's not even possible. Because as long as you have an employee that breathes while at work and they exhale carbon dioxide, that's not net zero. And what are you going to do? You're going to fire your employee? That just means they breathe somewhere else. So I guess you got to kill them. And you can't use a bullet because there's combustion involved in the gunpowder, so you better just stab them to death.
Yep.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. And again, problem solved. JBS, don't sell beef to New York. Give them what they want. That's how they want it. Good. Let them starve. F you. Come to Jersey. You want your products. It's just I don't even. Steve, it's literally exactly what Trump says. They're not after me. They're after you. I'm just in their way. Well, there you go. Now they're done with him. They're going to go on to the next and the next and the next. You got to think about that. At what point do, even just in the trucking industry, we drive a truck in New York to deliver. At what point do these clowns sick these people on us? It's not like it hasn't happened. You're looking at it live and in Technicolor now. You mean to tell me New York isn't predatory to trucks? Please.
Yeah.
It's just the level of insanity has gone way beyond the pale. I mean, it's the needle's pegged, brother. But Becca was saying earlier, as a society, we're now being groomed. Like the example I say, if you're in Pittsburgh and someone's stealing a catalytic converter out of your car or truck, you call the cops, you get nothing. You could fill out you could fill out an over-the-phone report while the guy's out there hacking and cagging on your car.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there with.
And I believe Cue Ball lost his cell like flipping a light switch. He just disappeared. Yep, he gone. But, yeah, 100% correct there. All right, before we get back to the calls, we'll jump over to other industry headlines. He may chime back in here. I don't. Maybe his battery died or something. Headset. Hey, the U.S. Department of Labor's new worker classification rule, the final rule, is now in effect, according to OOIDA. There are efforts underway to overturn it. Back in January, the Department of Labor unveiled their 339-page final rule with the stated purpose of preventing companies from misclassifying workers as independent contractors. It officially took effect yesterday. It rescinds the former President Donald Trump-era rule that focused on control and profit and replaces it with what they are calling a totality of circumstances test. Last week, lawmakers in the House and Senate introduced resolutions aimed at stopping the rule and returning to the regulations that were established under Trump. Resolutions already have 54 co-sponsors in the House, 32 co-sponsors in the Senate. But until those resolutions are passed, the new rule is indeed in effect. OIDA last week sent an update to their members as a way to help explain what the new rule does and does not do. We did kind of break this down last week. The new rule looking at 6 different factors. OIDA points out the rule does not use the controversial ABC test that was used in California, the likes of Assembly Bill 5, which made it extremely difficult for a leased-on trucker to be considered an independent contractor. The ABC test includes 3 factors and uses a 1 strike and you're out standard. The new test, 6 different factors and no one issue dominates. But at the moment, at least, it is in effect. All right, Cue Ball was able to dial us back up there. Yeah, you just disappeared like flipping a light switch.
Yeah, that's exactly how fast it happened. Point being, we're not allowed. I don't know where I dropped, but like I said, if you call the cops in Pittsburgh because they're not going to come out to help you, you catch somebody stealing your crap. But if you go out there and take care of it yourself, they'll show up somehow, some way. It'll be your ass in the sling, not the guys stealing your cat's money, your car. That's done intentional because we're being made as a society to be victims. We're not allowed to take care of things ourselves anymore. We were taught, since I was a kid anyway, that if there's a problem, you call the police. But the police now won't even do anything But again, back to the example I used yesterday, Daniel Penny on the subway. You had some lunatic threatening people. The guy held him down, trying to hold him down, waiting for the cops to get there. The guy winds up, using a neck restraint on him. The guy dies, and then he's being ran for like murder too, or manslaughter or something. And it's like, well, how come you let these nut jobs on the subway all the time? If you call the cops as a wackadoo on the subway, they don't show up. Now you got National Guard doing bag searches, either happening or coming soon on the subways. We're being conditioned this way. We've allowed this to fester for so long that no one knows how to solve the problems. You think about it. If you have that type of mentality where you want to be a totalitarian, you want to be a tyrant, you have an open spot for you in almost, I shouldn't say any, but especially these big cities, they'll take anybody with as far as their law enforcement ranks go. But if you got, again, back to Officer Anderson, I forget where he was from, but I think Washington State somewhere. But when he said he's not going to violate people's rights to follow these COVID orders, they got rid of him real quick. Meanwhile, why is it that I'm sure, I don't know, it's kind of weird it happened, but not everybody knows about it. You know about the Acorn cop down in Florida? You hear about that guy?
I shared that, last week. How about that? Shots fired.
Yeah, he does a mag dump. He unloads his gun into his own police car. Okay? He does the stop, drop, and look, if it wasn't so serious, it was comical. Does the roll around thing, hide behind the car, empties the mag in the car, drops the mag, leaves it on the ground, slams the new one in. The other officers are like, they're trying to, the other officers are like, they don't open fire. You know why? There's no target. Why is Acorn cop, what happened there was Acorn landed on a car, boonk, made a noise, freaked them out. He didn't see a suspect with a weapon. He didn't see anything. What did he shoot at? How in the hell is he not sitting behind bars right now?
Yeah.
How is he not sitting behind bars? Now, as a concealed carry person, if you've ever gone through the class to have a concealed carry, at least the one I had to go through in Wisconsin, there's a lot of people, you'll find out real quick, there's a lot of people that were in a bad situation and let off a warning shot, and they're sitting in jail, not because there was no threat, because they let off a warning shot. One warning shot will land your ass in jail. But if you got a badge and a police union behind you, you don't get locked up for doing a mag dump into something that wasn't even a threat. You saw no person, you saw no weapon. You unload your gun into it? How in the hell is that guy not locked up? That's the point. But Officer Anderson loses his job because he made a video stating he's going to honor his oath. Why even bother taking the oath if you get fired for saying you're going to follow the oath? Why is that? As a society, we need to start standing behind the Officer Andersons and put Acorn Cop in jail where he belongs because he's too afraid to do that job. An acorn lands on your car. What kind of nonsense is that? That's some straight-up Florida man crap. But the point is that the double standard also has to end.
Yeah.
If I, as a concealed carry holder, did a mag dump into something that wasn't a threat, and you'd lock me in jail for that, same applies. But I also should be allowed to legally handle what I can handle before you show up to supposedly help me should there be a problem. It's so bad where there's certain states had to make like castle doctrine laws. If you break into someone's house, well, tough crap. You broke into someone's house. That's just how it goes. But states had to actually sit there. There are some states, that if you shoot a guy that's broken into your own home, New Jersey, New York, you'd wind up on the chopping block. I guess you should have let the let the bad guy, take your crap, rape your kids, rape your wife. I guess that's acceptable. Well, we'll handle it. If you haven't noticed, the law, and this isn't the cops, this is the prosecutors. The law is very soft on sex crimes, the pedophiles. You ever noticed that? I mean, I'm sure everybody has. That's not the police's fault. They try their best to lock them scumbags up. But the law themselves, the prosecutors and so on, they're real soft on pedophiles and sex crimes. I never understood that.
Mm-hmm.
As a society, we need to start taking that back. And that's where I think, that's why I wish, like I said, when COVID season turned the riot season, when George Floyd got killed, I hoped that there was going to be an honest reaction to the differences between the Pedro Abad Juniors, who should have been locked up the day he wrecked that car into that truck, killing them people, and got away with it for months and months and months because he was a cop, compared to Officer Randerson and got fired over a video saying he was going to do his job the way he swore to do his job, the way everybody between politicians, military, police officers, they take an oath to do the job. That oath means something. No one stood behind Officer Randerson, but they stood behind that other one I talked about earlier. Right. They stand behind Acorn Cop, who should be in jail. They don't stand behind you who defends yourself. They go after you. They protect the criminal that you took care of for stealing your crap or breaking into your home. As a society, somehow we have to stop it. If you want to take your society back and make it back to the way it should be, back how it was, I think, when I was little, that's where you start. Politics starts at home.
A lot of things have changed.
Care of business.
Times have changed, have they not? Yep. Well, Q-Ball, I appreciate you dialing us back up there. And we'll get a quick timeout. Back to the calls at 844-844-3388. After this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple minutes, we'll hit top of the hour news update. I mentioned two horrific incidents, one of which was over the weekend, the other this past day. Yeah, the latest was out of Illinois, 5 fatalities, including 3 children, after a school bus and semi-truck collided on a highway in western Illinois. The bus was traveling east on Illinois Route 24, crossed the center line into the westbound lanes into the path of the semi-truck. Both vehicles were set ablaze in the crash. This was just before the noon hour in Rushville, small town of a community about 3,000, about 60 miles west of Springfield. 4 people aboard the bus, 3 children and the driver killed. The driver of the semi-truck was also killed in the accident. County sheriff said there's not words at this time that can be said. When you have a loss of life like this, it's just devastating. Cause of the crash under investigation. Again, we know the bus crossed the center line. Was the bus driver maybe having some sort of a medical event? We don't know at this point. The other was in Wisconsin over the weekend. 9 dead after an 18-wheeler struck a van in Clark County, Wisconsin. As the big truck was approaching an intersection, the van was driving northbound on County Highway J. This van pulled out into the intersection in front of the oncoming semi-truck. One of those killed included the semi-driver in this case as well. Pronounced dead at the scene by the coroner. There were 9 people in the van. 8 of them perished, including the driver. There was one survivor, which word came out this past day, I believe, that it turned out to be a 2-year-old. And many of the 2-year-old's family members were those that perished in that crash. So prayers for all those involved. Now we'll come back, move on to brighter news as we roll into a Tuesday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan unveiled Monday outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security, foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities, and offer tax incentives for first-time home buyers. President Biden does not support Israel's offensive moves in Gaza. USA's Corey Myers explains.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he will push ahead with a military offensive in Rafah, despite President Joe Biden's warning that doing so would be a red line.
What's happening is he has a right to defend Israel, a right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
Around 1.5 million displaced Palestinians are sheltering in the southern Gaza city, the vast majority experiencing catastrophic levels of hunger.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has acknowledged differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed that interview in which Biden said the invasion of Rafah would cross a red line. Former President Trump expressed his belief that implementing a ban on TikTok would inadvertently strengthen Facebook.
The thing I don't like is that without TikTok, you can make Facebook bigger. And I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media.
During an interview with CNBC Monday morning, the probable Republican presidential candidate acknowledged both positive and negative aspects of TikTok. However, he speculated enforcing a ban could potentially lead to significant growth for Meta, Facebook's parent company. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is calling on Congress to approve the latest bipartisan border agreement. Speaking at the National League of Cities in Washington, Biden emphasized that the deal would enhance border security and save lives. He urged representatives from cities nationwide to encourage their congressional members to exhibit determination and pass the legislation. The U.S. Embassy is evacuating non-essential staff members from Haiti as gang violence grips the Caribbean nation.
The U.S. Southern Command says American military forces are assisting the operation and helping provide security at the request of the State Department. Families of diplomats and others were reportedly being airlifted out of the capital city of Port-au-Prince to safety. I'm Dave Collins.
Airbnb has announced a ban on indoor security cameras across all listings. The short-term rental platform made the declaration Monday. Previously, indoor security cameras were permitted in common areas if they were clearly disclosed on the listing page and placed in visible locations. The decision follows customer grievances and a sketch addressing the matter on Saturday Night Live. Johnsonville is recalling over 35,000 pounds of meat following several complaints regarding the presence of black rubber. The Wisconsin-based company initiated a recall of its ready-to-eat Polish kielbasa turkey sausage after receiving reports from at least 2 consumers regarding the presence of that foreign material. The affected product was produced on October 30th and 31st. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
you much. Welcome back. All right, close out a Monday. Welcome into a Tuesday for folks in the Mountain Time Zone. One more hour, we'll all be on the same page. We're talking about airline incidents. I just came across, I guess there was another that just occurred on Monday. The story says at least 50 injured Monday by what officials described as a strong movement on a Chilean plane traveling from Sydney to Auckland, New Zealand. LATAM Airlines said in a statement there was a technical event during the flight which caused a strong movement. They didn't really elaborate. Passengers were met by paramedics and more than 10 emergency vehicles when the flight touched down. About 50 people treated at the scene for mostly mild injuries, they say. 13 taken to a hospital, according to an ambulance spokesperson. One patient was believed in serious condition. Passengers said a number of people were not, obviously, wearing seatbelts when flight LA 800 suddenly dropped. This was another Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. It landed at Auckland Airport as scheduled and was due to continue on to Santiago, Chile. Statement said LATAM regrets the inconvenience and injury this situation may have caused its passengers and reiterates their commitment to safety as a priority in the framework of the operational standards. Strong movement. I don't know if it was maybe almost kind of sounds like a severe turbulence kind of thing. The plane, that's a pretty dramatic drop, though. I'm guessing people went flying through the air, right? Back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Looks like we may have lost. Horse Feathers was on the line. Got Philip coming up here, 5-7's on board. Eagle wanted to get back in real quick before he had to go into the warehouse. Kind of liking what Cue Ball had to say. Is that what you're saying there, Eagle?
Yeah. Cue Ball, if you still listening, Cue Ball, I like what you're saying, because, he has that New York, New Jersey, perspective, when I was talking about Letitia James, though, he knows all about her and how phony she is because he lives up in that area in New Jersey. And I appreciate what he said. I'm going to chime in a little bit later, Steve, to talk about the subway system in New York and the security measures they're taking there in New York City, because I got some things to say about that. But I just wanted to say, Cue Ball, man, you're doing a good job, and I wish I could get to the truck show my damn self so I could meet you and Steve, too. But it don't look like I'm going to be able to get there this year. But, keep doing what you're doing. And like I said, I represent the South on Steve's show, and you represent the North, brother. So we got a good thing going. You keep doing what you're doing, Cue Ball, brother. I like what you got to say. You speak your mind, and you're doing the real deal. And like I said, Steve, I'll call you back in about an hour or two after I get this load delivered in the warehouse to talk to you about the subway system, and I thank you for putting me back on.
All right, there you go. Yep, it's about time for him probably to head in there, I believe, in short order. I got a quick weather update. A service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. Spring air, dry weather, a warm breeze. That's the theme. Well, it's early this week across the South and portions of the plains. However, a dangerous severe weather threat will be lurking later this week. That's going to break the pattern. Right now, high pressure is in control. Temperatures warming, sunshine, highs into the 60s and 70s. From central Texas all the way to southern Wisconsin. We'll actually see temperatures into the 80s and maybe even near 90 in southern Texas by midweek. But big storm is going to be moving eastward into the southern plains. We talked earlier about Denver maybe picking up their biggest snowfall of the season. That will be the storm that moves then through the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley Thursday into Thursday night. The clash of the air masses. That'll set the stage for some dangerous severe weather stretching from Austin, Texas, and the Dallas-Fort Worth metro all the way to Memphis, Tennessee, Paducah, Kentucky, maybe Evansville, Indiana by Thursday night. So we'll be keeping an eye on things, obviously, in the next couple of days. There's going to be a lot of rain, 1 to 3 inches of rain possible across the southern states, some of which have already been inundated by heavy rain at the end of last week. You know, we've got Memphis, Little Rock, Jackson, Mississippi, all running well above historical average in terms of rainfall. So flooding's going to be a concern. Again, we'll keep an eye on things and give you all the latest as the time approaches. Head on down to Florida. Philip, good morning. So we await the return of the Dragon Crew capsule here in a few hours.
Yep. I'm coming back today. So how you doing today, buddy? You doing okay?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, you were commenting earlier about those airplane part failures and whatnot that's happening now for Boeing. Steve, did you hear anything about they're going to actually have a criminal investigation on that door falling off that one?
You know, I haven't really heard anything new on that, no. I mean, it kind of dominated headlines for a few days, but, so what are they looking at? Criminal investigation into the manufacturing facility? Because it didn't, there were all the bolts that were supposed to hold that plug in place were missing, right?
Yep, that's what they were saying. Last night I was watching the news and they had on there that they're going to have Boeing is going to have a criminal investigation on it about that one. When you look at those airplanes and how they're maintained and how much time they actually spend on the ground and they're moving and all that, it surprises me sometimes. I worked with airlines back in the late 80s, and when we were on the ground servicing on a plane, it was in and out an hour. The biggest time a plane was on the ground was possibly an hour and a half. And that was back then, and that was like 89, 88, around in that area. Nowadays, sure, some of them have layovers for different things, but when you've got to take a plane out of service and turn it around and get it back maintenance and back out, it's a quick turn. And it's not as many days and hours as you think it is, especially the big planes. It takes a lot of time to work on that stuff. There's a lot of human failure in it. It's not as, it's going to happen. What happens, Steve, when you get in a hurry and you do something? You mess up, right?
You forget.
That's what usually happens.
It's like you always have those leftover parts. Like, well, where the hell was this? I took it apart, and now I've got it back together, but I've got some extra pieces. I don't know what happened.
Now, put that with somebody that's got to work on a $200 million airplane, and that's the thing is it's got, and the big question with what's going on right now is inspection. There's always a quality assurance guy that's going to inspect it for the FAA, and certain processes of what's going on with an airplane before it's put back into service. Because an airplane's a lot different vehicles. A car or a truck, PMs can be pushed away, but with an airplane, sometimes they can't be pushed away depending on the hours on the plane. And it's one of those things. It's a quick turnaround, and I've seen it for many years when I worked with the airplanes. You've got to get the plane in, get it tore apart, get it fixed, and then get it inspected, and then get it back out on the line. And everything's a quick turnaround. Every flight has a time when it's supposed to leave and be back. If that flight is delayed, depending on who delays that flight, there's some hefty duty fines on it because of its time frame. And a lot of people don't understand that when they go and fly in the airlines or when they ship stuff through the airplane, through cargo and whatnot. There's a time when the airplane's got to be in the sky and it's got to be down on the ground. And a lot of people don't understand that. But yes, I'm waiting for the guys to come back. Did you hear which side of Florida they're going to land on, Steve?
Supposedly off the coast of Pensacola, they said.
Oh, wow. That's cool. Yeah, a lot of people don't know it, but they've got a ship on each side of Florida for those guys in case they have to divert.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of reminiscent of the old Apollo days, you know, and coming back from Apollo, and those was capsules, you know, and guy gets picked up by the helicopter, that kind of thing. But now it's the ship scoops it up and they bring it back to Canaveral, and they can't come across at the bottom through Lake Okeechobee and come back across and come back up to Canaveral when they do that. So it's pretty cool.
Well, I know they said when this thing comes back in, it's going to look like a massive fireball in the sky. Now I'm assuming some folks will there be a sonic boom associated with this? Because it's going to be coming in, it's going to cross over like Colorado, parts of, go right through Kansas, Arkansas, Mississippi. Are they going to hear the sonic boom?
They will probably hear the sonic boom, probably Alabama, Mississippi, possibly. Because when it comes in, it's coming at an angle, and it looks like a fireball because of the plasma around it. You know, plasma is coming back in. But the last one they had, the 6, when they came back, they landed it off of Daytona. And my wife actually saw that one. She said that one was the same kind of thing. You heard like a sonic boom. It's kind of like when the rockets come back when they take off and come back now with SpaceX. It's just louder. With the space shuttle, I seen the space shuttle come back one time and land over at Canaveral, and that thing, it was fast. I mean, if you blinked, you couldn't even catch it. I mean, you had to look straight in the sky. It's coming. It's there. And I mean, it was a sonic boom when it comes back. The one in Daytona that my wife saw, the one off of Daytona, she said she heard the boom and then she seen a speck. That was about all it looked like. It was like a speck in the sky, and it was bright, and by the time it got the parachutes and all that out, it was out of her line of sight. I mean, it happens really fast, really fast. That was one thing that was neat about the space shuttle. If you were at Canaveral and had were able to be there at the landing zone, that thing's coming back in. It does one turnaround and it comes back. There's only one chance to land it. That was it. And there was no going back around because it's a glider. At that time, it's just gliding in. But these capsules, it's just a straight fall. And then after that fall, then they parachute. And it's cool, pretty cool. But they're getting it off the ground a lot more. And I hear India's got their astronauts getting ready to go up. Have you seen anything about that, Steve?
I have not.
Yeah, I've heard that India's got their plans going, and Thursday is the day. So I'm still hoping. I want to see that Starship on Thursday. I'll probably miss it because I'll be out working the trains, but we'll see how it plays out. That is going to be. You've seen the last one, how bad that one was. This one's going to be even better than that one, I think. And I'm hoping they can do what they need to do with it this time instead of blowing it up in the sky and letting it do it that way. Hopefully they can get it off and do what they need to do. So, but I'm going to get going. I'll let y'all go, and y'all have a good one.
All right, thank you for checking in here on a Tuesday, and we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And then there's Fulton County's Fannie Willis. What a debacle. Not controversial to say she's not having a good year. What do you say? Her persecution of Trump and others for the alleged interference in the 2020 election. All this undermined reports about her relationship with the special prosecutor, Nathan Wade. Her recent testimony did not do her any favors. I mean, she came across as foolish, corrupt. Now there's a chance she will not be the district attorney of Fulton County much longer. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported last Friday that she now has 2 challengers in this year's local elections. 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. Her re-election status went from uncontested to potentially contentious in the space of an hour's time. In the Democrat primary coming up May 21, Willis will face Christian Wise Smith, a progressive former prosecutor and city solicitor who ran against her in 2020. Today, I officially qualified for the office of the Fulton County District Attorney, he said in a post on Friday. This decision was made with Fulton County residents at heart. In the coming weeks, I look forward to engaging the community and earning the vote in Fulton County. Also Friday, a Republican lawyer, Courtney Kramer, who actually worked with Trump's litigation team in 2020 and handled other election-related matters for the Georgia Republican Party. She filed the paperwork to run for the Fulton County District Attorney. The newspaper contended that Willis is favored to win because of her public profile and her status as the Democrat incumbent in what is obviously the Democrat stronghold of Atlanta. But that public profile has its downside, considering she's facing disqualification hearings over her relationship. Yeah, there's probably a lot of voters in Fulton County who want her out now. In her opponents, we have 2 candidates whose reasons for running couldn't be more different. Now, Wise Smith ran in 2020 on promises of left-wing policies, like ending the death penalty, eliminating cash bail, decriminalizing drug use. Well, look at the cities that have done these sort of things. Take a look out there in Washington. Isn't Seattle? Is it Seattle? I think they're the one where they are ruining the day that they did those sort of things. So you can learn from examples. Kramer, on the other hand, has accused Willis of turning the DA's office into a clown show and promised to end the prosecution of Trump. I don't know that that'll go over well in the Atlanta metro area, right? She spoke of the prosecutor. She said the moment she decided to indict President Trump and 19 other defendants was the moment I said I had enough. The resources that were used in that investigation could have been used for many other things, and things that have been more beneficial for the people, the citizens of Fulton County. Who's going to win? It's anybody's guess, I suppose. Now we'll jump on to 5-7. I guess Little Green is running again, huh?
Oh, yeah, we got her on the road, but we need to bring her back. Got a couple other things it needs. Fannie Willis. Every time you talk about that woman, I keep hearing that theme song. Moving on up to the east side.
Yeah.
We finally got a piece of the pie. Bless her heart. I mean, y'all just so get mad when the sister gets ahead. That's all. Good news. My wife and I'm sitting there. Sweetie says, that's terrible. Because on the news it said, South Carolina, you can carry a firearm without a permit. They voted it in. Mm-hmm. And, my sweetie goes, that's just terrible. And I go, honey, we all have a permit. It's called the Second Amendment. And that's all they're doing is recognizing the Second Amendment. So, cue ball, I'm sorry, I sat through the trial, court TV, and I've seen these three men defending themselves, and I know a lot of people get mad at me because I bring it up, but it's a fact. They were trying to defend their neighborhood, and I actually seen one of the women that come in to testify was a really dark-skinned Indian woman, along with the others, and they were all saying we're scared to let our children out at night because the crime got so bad. So three men are trying to take care of the situation. And, of course, a young man gets killed that was jogging, going through a construction site. That's a terrible tragedy, no matter what you say, because you send a man off this earth, he's either going to heaven, he's either going to hell.
Well, that's why, the idea was that these three men took law enforcement into their own hands, right? We got to pause there. Hold the thought.
USA News Update. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan, unveiled Monday, outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security and foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledges differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed a recent interview in which Biden said that an Israeli invasion of the city of Rafah would constitute crossing a red line. Americans believe high prices will continue for the foreseeable future. According to a recent survey by the New York Federal Reserve, consumers believe that the inflation rate will increase to 3% within the next year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Guess we got a response from Snickers, as during the State of the Union, the president specifically called out that name, talking about shrinkflation, right? The company behind Snickers candy bars released a statement denying that they've reduced the size of their product while charging the same price. Shrinkflation, as it's known. Now, like I said, during the State of the Union, Biden said that major snack makers are charging customers the same amount for less product and called on Congress to address shrinkflation in legislation. Quote, in fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, but fewer chips in it. I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. And you get the same amount, and you got it, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Mars denies the premise. We have not reduced the size of Snickers singles for share size in the U.S. like many industries. We continue to face high inflation and spikes in material cost. We work to absorb extra cost wherever possible to provide affordable treats and the best value. Final prices are always at the discretion of the retailer, but we make every effort to minimize cost to provide a full range of delicious products. So they say. It's not something new. I mean, this whole premise of reducing the size of whatever it is, cans, plastic jars, what used to be a half gallon of ice cream. You used to get the square half gallon or full gallon size, right? And they changed the size, the shape of the packaging, making it more contoured, so less product would go in the package. Kind of still looked like a half gallon, but obviously not. Prices of everything continue to rise. But let me get back to 5-7. So, we left off there. It's kind of like, isn't that what Cue Ball was alluding to? The fact that if you try to take care of business yourself and not wait for law enforcement, you're the one that ends up being in trouble.
These three gentlemen end up going to jail for life. Now, I've only seen the video 2 or 3 times. And right towards the end, this young man jumps at the guy with a rifle, and that was it. So he attacked or tried to take the rifle from the one man and got himself shot. They did all kinds of screwed up things. Nobody should leave a man lay there and bleed to death, okay? They did bad things. But they turned it into a racial thing. They cut out that end of the video, kept showing it on TV. Sit through court TV, I see it's a mixed race. Women in the neighborhood were complaining about not afraid to leave their kids out. Well, okay. Well, these 3 gentlemen get life. One of them gets life in prison with a video camera. So he gets life in prison with a video camera. All right, they're in prison. And it's something that I just don't get is they retried them. They tried them twice, which I did not believe you could do in America. And they did it second time with a hate crime. I mean, how long, you know what I mean? It just, they're just disarming the American public. But at the same time, I disagree with Cue Ball on this account. I got family members, and I got a grandson who's a law enforcement. That young lady that thought she had the taser and ended up being a pistol, and she clearly said it. I screwed up. I thought I had my taser. I thought I tased him. Mm-hmm. She clearly said it in the video. She goes to jail. Law enforcement are held to a higher standard. So I know they like to cover for themselves. It's just, that's human nature. But I've seen in America where it's, you're crazy to be law enforcement. It just, because you don't know when something that will happen and it turns political and you're on your own if you're not the right race. And I'll leave it at that. But, good call, Cue Ball. Good call, Eagle. But, it feels good to be back in Little Green, and we're back doing it again. It's just running these hours. By the time they get to the shop at 8 o'clock, I'm at the house. So Little Green gets ignored, if you know what I mean. So other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the Steve Summers overnight drive.
There we go. And we move on. How about this? Recent report revealing that several major automakers are covertly sharing detailed driving data from me and you, our vehicles, with the insurance companies and third-party data brokers. New York Times report uncovering a concerning practice where car manufacturers, including GM, Honda, Kia, Hyundai, and others, are secretly gathering and sharing extensive information about our driving habits with insurance companies and data brokers like LexisNexis and Verisk. I know for years, many of the insurance companies have been offering Their customers will give you a discount rate if you let us put this little device in that lets them monitor your driving, your speed, your hard braking. I've never been a fan of letting them see my driving habits. I guess even if you don't authorize them to do that or install this yourself, the data is being collected through optional features like GM's OnStar Smart Driver or Honda's Driver Feedback, which includes details like trip dates, distances, speed, hard braking instances, or rapid accelerations. Now, these features are often marketed as tools to help drivers improve their skills. Apparently, the fine print buried in privacy policies and terms of service reveals a bit of a darker truth. The data is being shared with third parties without explicit consent from drivers. The case of Ken Dahl, a 65-year-old software company owner from Seattle, illustrates the gravity of the situation. He is a careful driver, had never been involved in an accident. He was shocked to find that his car insurance premiums had increased by 21% in 2022. Upon requesting his LexisNexis consumer report, he discovered a staggering 258-page document detailing over 640 trips he and his wife had taken in their Chevrolet Bolt, including specifics like dates, times, distance, instances of hard braking. His experience is not an isolated one. Online forums dedicated to various GM vehicles, full of warnings and complaints from drivers who have experienced similar situations, some reporting being denied insurance coverage or significant premium hikes due to the shared driving data. Now, the automakers and the data brokers involved claim to have obtained consent from drivers through their very opaque privacy policies and the terms of service agreements, which most of us don't read. Many drivers assert that they were unaware of being enrolled in these programs or the amount of data sharing that takes place. Law professor at Cornell University expressed surprise at these practices, saying because it's not within the reasonable expectation of the average consumer, it should certainly be an industry practice to prominently disclose that this is happening. Policymakers have taken notice of this concerning trend. California's privacy regulator launched an investigation into data collection practices. Senator Edward Markey of Massachusetts is urging the Federal Trade Commission to maybe look into violations of consumer protection laws. The implications of the hidden data sharing goes well beyond financial concerns. Privacy advocates say that the collection and dissemination of this sort of intimate driving detail could have far-reaching consequences, from impacting insurance premiums to even potentially influencing employment opportunities or even legal proceedings. I don't know, is it like the big brothers watching every move you make, as they say? Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, Big Brother's definitely watching. The insurance thing, they have a lot of hidden stuff in there, and they even now claim that they can adjust your insurance rate based on your credit rating. So I don't know how that coincides, if that's how they have it set up there. But I called in about all this stuff that's going on in the world right now. And this is just my personal belief. But, in the Bible, it talks about a group that claims they're for peace and they're really for war. And the more I look at this whole UN thing going on, I believe that's the organization they were talking about. Because you look all around the world, and that's like in it, and we'll just take Israel, Hamas, but there are other places to where they're actually intensifying the disagreements, which will eventually lead to war. But in this Israel-Hamas thing, what the UN, they've caught the UN relief, UNRWA, whatever that is. It's people supposed to give out, educate people, and basically operate as a non-profit charity. But they were actually, a lot of those, they had been infiltrated by Hamas. But the misinformation and disinformation that they carry on was they were try to paint Israel as a totally irrational group. And I don't know how many people realize that the reason those hostage release talks broke down and the ceasefire talks was because Israel made the absolutely unreasonable request that Hamas furnish them a list of hostages. In other words, Israel wanted to know, okay, exactly what are we bargaining for? And Hamas refused to give them that list of people that they had as hostages, living or dead. And that's why the ceasefire talks fell apart. But they didn't want to talk about any of that. And the other thing is, if the Palestinians want to put a stop to all this, they don't need to be hollering at Israel. They need to be looking at their leadership. And they should be the Palestinians should be telling their leadership or Hamas or whomever that, you need to make sure that you're doing everything you can to see that we can have a decent ceasefire talk. And they are not doing that. Everybody wants to blame Israel. Well, Israel didn't do anything on October the 7th. The Palestinians were the ones that interrupted a holy day of the Jewish people. And they have done that time and time again. And so now the deal that they were talking about with you couldn't get aid into Palestine, that isn't true either. But over the weekend, President Biden came out and said he was going to build a seaport. And I thought, well, wait a second, he can't do that because that's in Israeli waters because they still control Gaza. Well, then I found out today that there had been an agreement made because the airdrops and the truck convoys were turned into disasters, that they had made an agreement to have a humanitarian corridor and a base there to get aid to the Palestinians via a sea corridor. And I don't know why the news media refuses to report these agreements and really fill out all the, I guess you'd have to say, give a complete disclosure of what's going on. It's always a one-sided thing. And it kind of jumped to a little bit different subject here, but still in the same vein. Philip there in Florida, he seems to be big into the space thing. And Steve, you used to have some callers that said that the United States never went to the moon, and it was all in Hollywood. Did you know that when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, that the Soviets were trying to beat us to the moon with an unmanned satellite? Their maps weren't very good because they wanted to get to the moon first and bring moon dirt back. And the Soviet maps weren't very good, and they directed their unmanned satellite into a mountain on the moon, and it crashed. And you'll see stuff that says that when we got to the moon, people were already there, and they heard the astronauts talking about that. What's actually there, if they ever released the tapes, was the astronauts heard the crash and was talking about it. And that's what it was about. And that race for the moon was the reason. I don't know why they didn't release a lot of this stuff, but President Johnson was concerned that that the United States be the first to the moon. And he was so concerned that was what caused Gus Grissom, I think it was Roger Chaffee and Ed White, to get burned up in that capsule back in January of 1967. The wiring was not right. Supposedly Neil Armstrong told Gus Grissom, said, "You got to report this. This is not right." And Gus supposedly said, "Yeah, but they'll fire me from the job." And both Gus and Neil were civilian astronauts, and they wanted to make sure a civilian astronaut was the one that got to the moon, so they didn't make a military thing out of it. And they rushed the run through, and then there were a lot of lawsuits or confusion back and forth between NASA and the contractor, because the contractor didn't abide by the contract and make sure everything was secure. But the run-up, why they did that with live human beings, that test, rather than putting dummies in there, who knows. Mm-hmm. But the big thing was LBJ wanted to make sure we beat the Russians to the moon. So maybe that's why some of that information has been suppressed. But they did go to the moon, and the reason, this is kind of odd, but the reason there weren't a lot of pictures of Neil Armstrong on the moon was because Buzz Aldrin was upset that he didn't get to be the first one on the moon. So he didn't take very many pictures of, supposedly only a picture of Neil Armstrong is a reflection in Buzz Aldrin's face mask there. So I don't know, but the point of it is that I'm trying to make is our government has suppressed information, given a lot of misinformation and disinformation. So you can't really, and the press has been complicit in this. And that's why I say when you come to today, there has been so much going on and so much misinformation and disinformation, and it keeps getting us involved in, wars and conflicts and everything else. Down in Haiti, supposedly they're now eating one another, cannibalism. Mm-hmm. That goes back to the Clintons. I mean, they're just, the news information is anything but complete. And it's pretty sad, but I pretty much have to look at overseas networks to get information about what's going on here in this country, because it seems like it's all different news organizations. If they're liberal, they want to prop up Biden. If they're conservative, they want to prop up Trump, rather than just reporting the news the way it is. And I know a lot of them say we just report the news and let pieces fall, but that is not exactly the case. And the other thing too is the information that the public needs, they quite often don't get, because you were talking about all this police stuff and privacy and everything. A lot of people don't realize. Have you ever heard of the long-range acoustical devices that they're now using, the Department of Homeland Security and everything else, for crowd control? Some emits loud voices, some are quiet, and they're even licensing some private investigative agencies to use this technology. Then they have that thing that drives around. They'll intercept your phone calls and keep records of it. It may be fixed. I was trying to think of the name of it. I imagine Pappy. It seems like the word starts with an S or something. But that's the technology that is there. So you have no privacy rights anymore. But back to the LRAD thing, that can do physical harm to people, and that was demonstrated there with the Cuban embassy and stuff. So there are things that are going on in this world. They're back to, like you were saying, that almost like the mark of the beast and mind control, Big Brother, and all that stuff. I mean, it is here right now, today, and people really don't seem to be able to. I don't know what it wants. They don't need to recognize that fact or anything of that nature. So, by and large, that the whole situation is that we, as people, have a hard time getting a hold of the information, and most people are so busy working and everything, they don't really take time to look at this stuff, or don't, they have other more pressing things that they're looking at. And the other thing, too, is whenever you were talking about this, the gal down there in Georgia, that Fannie Willis, she started out to dirty up Trump so he would lose an election. She wound up being dirtied up. And then you have Letitia James up there in New York. And I've mentioned this before. There is vast money laundering going on in the financial industry. A lot of it is centered around Singapore, and it's happening also with China. They're getting paid off in cryptocurrency, and many of these people have connections back to the New York financial markets. So trust me, Letitia James have a lot bigger things on her plate, which she will probably never approach, than JBS and Trump. And as Kathy Hochul comes out and says, this is just a Trump thing. And then Letitia James comes along and goes after JBS. So that pretty much sends a signal to all the people doing business in New York that maybe they should find another place to go. And most likely they will. But if they ever get into that whole money laundering thing that's going on between Singapore and China and the crypto, all I can say is you haven't seen nothing yet. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All righty. That's a good point to close out another hour. What do you say? Coming up following the news break, who we got? I believe Brain Dead's on board. Horse Feather's going to try again. Knucklebuster and several others at 844-844-3388. The French government says they're being targeted by an unusual, intense cyber attack in their country. More after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is praising his colleagues for doing their part to avert a partial government shutdown, passing a $459 billion aid package to help fund programs like ag, energy, housing, and more.
I'm especially pleased that it will advance priorities near and dear to the hearts of my fellow Kentuckians, from rural transportation to military readiness to stopping the flow of illegal drugs.
U.S. and coalition forces recently shot down over 28 Houthi drones during an attempted attack by Iran-backed Houthi forces. Department of State spokesman Matthew Miller discussing the recent strikes by these forces and calls on the Houthis to stop their hostilities while at the State Department briefing.
Certainly, we welcome any decrease in hostilities against our forces. We have made clear that the attacks on our forces were unacceptable and that we would take action to defend U.S. interests and U.S. personnel, and we will continue to do so if appropriate.
The Senate Committee on Intelligence held its annual hearing about worldwide threats the United States currently faces Monday afternoon. Florida Republican Senator and Vice Committee Chairman Marco Rubio cites the threats being posed by the Chinese Communist Party in his opening remarks and how some of their companies are using technology against the United States.
They happen to control a company that owns the world's one of the world's best artificial intelligence algorithms. It's the one that's used in this country by TikTok.
Americans are expecting high prices due to inflation to stick around for some time. That's according to the New York Fed Reserve's survey on consumer expectations. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Campaigning in a New Hampshire town west of Manchester, President Biden, without proof, tells the crowd that his opponent, former President Donald Trump, wants to cut Social Security and Medicare.
I'm never going to allow that to happen. I won't cut Social Security. I won't cut Medicare. Instead of cutting Medicare and give tax breaks to the wealthy, I will protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare and make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share.
Some Republican politicians are looking into ways to slow down the amount of illegal immigrants coming into the United States, including by plane. Republican Senator from Kansas, Roger Marshall, is introducing legislation to prevent illegal immigrants from boarding planes without legal documentation. He explains why he needs support from his colleagues in the Senate on Fox Business.
When they get to this country, they're using their CBP One app in lieu of a driver's license or a passport to board the plane. I think that's subjecting Americans to significant dangers, that these people are not being vetted the same as ours. So we're trying to put an end to that.
Health officials in the United States are monitoring more cases of measles. Doctors at UC Davis in California are trying to contact around 300 people who may have been exposed to the virus. Officials say a child was treated at the facility on March 5th after traveling abroad. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
There we go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. I broke away there at the top of the hour talking about the French government announcing yesterday that several of its services have been targeted by intense, unprecedented intensity cyber attacks. To the point where they've opened a special crisis center to try and restore online services. The Prime Minister issued a statement that the attack started Sunday night, hitting multiple government ministries. Didn't provide details. By Monday afternoon, they said the impact of the attacks had been reduced for most services and access to government sites restored. A group of hackers called Anonymous Sudan, which is considered by cybersecurity experts as pro-Russia, claiming responsibility for the attacks. The French Prime Minister's office and Digital Safety Agency wouldn't comment on that claim or give details of what was targeted or what damage might have been caused. They were what they call denial of service attacks, a common type of cyber attack that involves flooding a site with data to overwhelm it and knock it offline. Like the rest of the world, did anybody catch during the State of the Union address after the fact, word came down that there were a number of crucial federal government, here in the U.S. websites, that experienced total outages as the president was delivering the State of the Union address. It was unknown early Friday morning if the outages were related to the speech. But as the president spoke, websites for numerous government agencies were completely offline for hours. According to UK's Daily Mail, agencies affected included the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, the Secret Service. Former President Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, also reported the outages. But that kind of went viral on X. Users may be connecting them to Biden's speech, global tensions, recent outages of other websites. Some questioning whether these were the result of a cyber attack targeting the federal government. Now, they did say as of Friday morning, each of the websites that was experiencing outages was back up and operational, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The issue had been resolved. They did not offer any additional details. But I think it would be fair to say that many different agencies would not be just magically going offline at the same time if it wasn't some sort of a targeted event. Now, that right on the heels of the Facebook and Instagram incident last week, where millions of people tried to log into their accounts but couldn't get on, locked out. That was ultimately blamed on internal technical issues. According to Reuters, there was nothing nefarious there, but Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service. I mean, if hackers can get into the likes of some of the top government websites and bring them down, there is no such thing in my mind as a safe and secure website or internet of any kind. Brain Dead is on board.
Oh, Steve, where do you start? Where do you start? I heard Eagle there at the top of the show talking about the warehouses and whatnot. They want to make sure all their people go home. The one problem the drivers have these days, and with that ticking clock, is hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I got to go, got to go, got to go. You know, as a driver, and I just did this too, I had to drop this trailer out over here at the store, is go back and make sure their dock plate's not in the trailer. I mean, I saw a lady on TikTok or Facebook or something where she went in, got her bills, pulled out from the dock, and the guys are still inside the trailer recouping the load because a pallet or something had fallen over. She's like, well, I didn't know. Lady, did you not go back and check to see if the dock plate was still out? If the dock plate's still out, go back in and say, hey, you gave me the wrong paperwork. Humans do make mistakes. Never hurts to take 5 minutes to check for a dock plate, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
So let's get on to some sports news for today, Steve. I know you're not a big baseball fan like I am, but is our buddy Rick Friend listening in this morning, or is he sleeping with the coffee pot?
He is on board, indeed.
Well, you know, Steve, that I'm a diehard Cardinals fan, and I saw this report earlier today that Noel V, I can't pronounce his name, Marte, you know, he got suspended for 80 games for testing positive for those performance-enhancing drugs.
Oh, yeah?
So, I don't know. So, Rick could probably tell you about how good of a player he is, but being suspended to the All-Star break, yeah, it may hurt the Reds coming up the first half of the season, but, you know, it's like I've always said, the first half is the second half is what you really need to gear towards. So if he's a good player and comes back after the suspension, good, going to be good for the team. Now here's some big news that I missed out on. You know the Baltimore Orioles, right? And they had their awesome season last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, apparently they're being sold. The Angelos family bought the team in '93 for $173 million. And it's cleared the first hurdle with the commissioner's office. So next up, they got 2 more levels, 2 more hurdles to clear before the sale is final. Now, they're selling it for almost $2 billion to a leadership group that's headed up by Cal Ripken Jr. and Grant Hill. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see what goes on for the baseball season, right?
Okay.
So let's get to the NFL, Steve. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, the trade deadline starts. Kirk Cousins got traded to the Atlanta Falcons, signed I think it was a 5-year, $180 million deal. So now we know who to go borrow some money from, right? Because he's our Cousins, then, you know, he should be able to help a brother out, right?
You think.
But, yeah. But the other names to watch, and yes, they focused on Deshaun Watson and Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield as well. Justin Fields, Calvin Ridley, Travis Henry, and Saquon Barkley. Just the other names to really watch to see what's going on, because all these teams right now, they're getting ready for the draft. Draft comes up at the end of April, and even that, you know, they had the combines last weekend or 2 weekends ago. And I haven't really seen the scouting reports yet for that. So we're going to wait and see what's going to happen. But here's the big news, Steve, the big news. Did you hear that 6 of the Jaguars front office people had pled guilty to stealing $22 million from the team, Steve? Did you hear about this?
No, I haven't heard a thing.
Yep, there were six of the front office people. One of them was the chief accountant, and they transferred these funds to FanDuel and DraftKings. Now, I know you're not too familiar with the NFL, but they have a rule for the players that says if you do any kind of online gambling, like through FanDuel or any site like that, doesn't matter if you're at your home, at the stadium, in your car, doesn't matter, you get suspended for whether it be 1 year or lifetime. So how can these 6 people do this and not get caught and nothing happen to them, Steve?
Okay.
Things to ponder about. But now I know you said last night the Toyotas won Phoenix, right?
Correct.
And obviously Toyota has something figured out over the Chevrolets at Phoenix. Because remember, Chevrolets took the first 3 races. And now we're going into the Bristol night race, which is not going to be dirt, Steve. They're going to be back on the concrete. About time, right? But I don't know if that your story also read that Joey Logano crashed out at the Phoenix race after John Hunter Nemechek got into him. Did you hear about that?
No.
And apparently there was a little bit of a dust-up. But you know NASCAR, they come and squash it all. You know, they don't really care about that. But, you know, and then Logano right now is sitting 30th in points, and he's 14 behind the cutoff line with 22 races to go. Should he be worried and panicked? Not quite. But you can't get this far behind a race, this early in the season, because remember, there's only 16 spots in the playoffs, and you can't get way behind this early. Now I'm going to read you. I'm going to say a name, Steve, and I know it's going to come to a bell for you, Steve. Does the name Bobby Labonte ring a bell?
Absolutely.
I knew it would. Bobby Labonte joined Joe Gibbs Racing this past week as a consultant and a support, and for some support. How about that, Steve?
So what's on tap for your weekend? How do you deal with a Wednesday and Thursday weekend?
You know, very easy, Steve. Since you work an overnight shift, you kind of get caught up on sleep Tuesday, and Wednesday you do stuff around the house, get caught up with housework. And I know poor Dingbat, I know she's snoring away. I can hear the noise from here. Help her get caught up with stuff around the house and take care of doctor's appointments, because for being off in the middle of the week, it's really easy to take care of doctor's appointments.
Oh yeah.
Because if you work a normal shift, it's kind of hard to get to a doctor's appointment during the day like she has. But other than that, Steve, we're going to be watching the sports scores, and we'll check back in with you Thursday night into Monday. Thursday night into Friday.
Friday morning. All right. Well, enjoy a couple days. Little R&R and honeydews, as you said. It's 19 past the hour.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Another report from CDL Life this past day. Kind of a crazy truck driver suspected of a bank robbery in Michigan died during a police standoff at a truck stop in Illinois. The bank robbery occurred a little after 10:30 in the morning last Thursday, Shelby Township, Michigan. According to the police department, officers responded to a Bank of America for a reported robbery. Employees told police a male suspect entered the bank, approached the teller, passed a note demanding money, then fled. Now, officers were not immediately able to locate the suspect. After reviewing surveillance video, officers determined once the suspect fled the bank, he got on a motorized scooter that he had parked near the bank, then drove the scooter to a semi-truck he had parked in the area, then fled the area in the semi. Police were able to identify the truck as belonging to an Illinois-based company, but were also able to identify the suspect as a 33-year-old Georgia resident. Police were able to track the suspect's semi to Effingham on Friday, March the 7th. Shelby Township Police asked for assistance from the Effingham Police Department. Officers located the truck at a TA in Effingham and disabled the suspect's semi at the truck stop. The suspect resisted arrest, barricaded himself in the truck with a gun, according to police. The SWAT team and crisis negotiation team were called in after nearly an 8-hour standoff. Negotiations failed, and the suspect took his own life. Make no mistake about it, if you come to Shelby Township to commit a crime, our department will track you down, no matter where you hide, was the statement from the Shelby Township police chief there. But if you were kind of wondering what the heck was going on there at the TA last Friday, that was, yes, an 8-hour standoff. 23 past the hour. Knucklebuster on a Tuesday. What's going on out there? Hello, Knucklebuster. Maybe we lost Knucklebuster.
Yeah, come on. Now you're in there.
Hey. Okay, there you go.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. They're tracking you everywhere. They can do all kinds of things to you now. You can run, but you can't hide. No Beretta said, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Right?
Right.
I just had two of them NASCAR Japper Travers transporters pass me, Steve. I had to look down at the ground to make sure I was still moving, that I hadn't gone to sleep behind the wheel there. But I married my insurance agent. She'd get on to me if I drag a ticket in there. So, I covered your night. Why did you leave your big truck in the ditch all alone? They searched the whole world over and thought they found you, but you met a naked woman and left. We've been sucker punched in the back a couple of times already, Steve, and I believe it's going to happen again because we let our guard down too easy. And I don't come on 911 where I live at. Time you got to my house, I could already have somebody at the hospital or you step on my property. We got eminent domain and stand your ground in my state there. So, and I can fly all day. It's just that sudden impact. and then that bursts into flame is what bothers me a lot. I stay on the ground there. I know they got a pretty good safety record, but I don't care. I ain't getting up in one of them. Eagle, he represents himself. He don't represent me. I'm from the South there, so I don't need nobody to talk for me. I'll do my own talking there, right? That Fannie Willis wasn't her and that prosecutor, weren't they doing the wild thing with each other, Steve?
Yeah, that's the whole scandal. Yeah, Nathan Wade. Yes.
Yeah. You don't reckon he was spanking Fanny's fanny for her, do you? Well, here's my thought for today, Steve. Behind every angry woman stands a man who has no idea what he did wrong. And that's all my bull on it for this go-around.
Have a good morning. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Safe travels out there. Now, see, it looks like, did we lose horse feathers again? That's 2 for 2. I know he's trying to work, taking care of business. Not a good scenario. The pilots of a Batik Air flight from Kendari to Jakarta, Indonesia, apparently fell asleep at the controls, causing the plane to veer off course. The Indonesian National Transportation Safety Committee released a report stating that 2 Batik Air pilots fell asleep for about 28 minutes before their descent into Jakarta. I guess this happened a number of weeks ago. But according to the investigation, the pilot in command, after taking a rest, had offered the second pilot a chance to rest up, which he declined. Nonetheless, the second pilot, who was already suffering from severe sleep deprivation due to personal circumstances involving month-old twin children, inadvertently fell asleep. The situation was rectified when the pilot in command woke up to find the second pilot asleep and promptly corrected the flight path. That could have been bad. Ultimately, a safe landing in Jakarta with no harm to passengers or the aircraft. Now, they do say it is not uncommon for pilots to rest during flights while another mans the controls. Now, this incident kind of breaches the protocol, raising concerns about flight safety and pilot fatigue management. In response, they say they have temporarily suspended the involved pilots. They announced plans for an extensive investigation and review of the night before that flight in Indonesia. Okay, there you go. We'll get a news break here, 29 past the hour, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan, unveiled Monday, outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security and foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledges differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed a recent interview in which Biden said that an Israeli invasion of the city of Rafah would constitute crossing a red line. Americans believe high prices will continue for the foreseeable future. According to a recent survey by the New York Federal Reserve, consumers believe that the inflation rate will increase to 3% within the next year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Mack runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock tractors, Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mack Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Galat Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Superstock, Superstock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the Twin Tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half-dozen classes, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit tomahtractorpole.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new ntpapull.com, your number one resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week. But before we do, let's take a moment to welcome 2 new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present 2-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, great to have you on board. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Had the announcement a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying to recall. Kamala Harris met with some group. Memory serves out in California, and they were talking about the millions of dollars that they were going to be putting behind get out the vote and voter registration, right? Obviously looking to focus on getting more Democrat voters registered. I have no idea if this is partly in response to that. One of America's leading evangelical groups will be putting $62 million behind electing former President Donald Trump. Faith and Freedom, I'm not really familiar, Faith and Freedom will use the money for voter registration and turnout, voter support, and knocking on doors, according to Politico. While spending $10 million more than they did in 2020, the group plans to hand out 30 million pieces of literature in 125,000 churches with a focus on battleground states. In terms of home visits and voters reached at the door, to my knowledge, it's the largest effort on the right outside of the Republican National Committee that's ever occurred, according to Ralph Reed, who oversees the organization. Reed said when Republicans are outspent, it hurts their chances. In this business, you're paid to worry. And we certainly have seen in recent cycles, particularly in the statewide races and especially the Senate races, we've seen the spending gap become overwhelming, serious, debilitating. Now, I went on to say about 10,000 people will deploy with a focus on getting 1 million newly registered evangelical voters to the polls and turning out another 7.8 million evangelicals that are identified as low propensity voters. Reid said that during Trump's time in office, Trump was so pro-life that it was astonishing, and as a result of that, he's going to get more running room from the pro-life grassroots than a typical candidate might get, or that he would have got in, say, 2016. In 16, I think there was a lack of trust, and now there is total trust. Now, his recent speech at the National Religious Broadcasters Convention warned of a radical left, corrupt political class opposed to Christianity. Apparently Trump said Christians cannot afford to sit on the sidelines in this fight. The liberals oppose Christianity because they know that our allegiance is not to them. Our allegiance is to our country, and our allegiance is to our Creator. No one will be touching the cross of Christ under the Trump administration. I swear to you, he said. All right, he went on to say there's no better president for Israel than me. Evangelical Christians love Israel. All right, we're 100% behind Donald Trump, and we want to see America great again. Vicky Fuchs of Delaware said at the 2024 Conservative Political Action Committee, the CPAC. Christian Baldwin of Maryland said the issue, this all transcends partisan warfare. It's not just political, it's a spiritual sickness that really has taken root in this country. Joe Biden winning in 2020 was a warning. We'll see where that goes. 62 million. I'm sure Trump was happy to hear of that endorsement, and I guess where they say putting their money where their mouth is, right? Before we get back to the calls, Travel Centers of America late last week, Friday, they announced an initiative to make their truck stops safer for all guests. But there's going to be a focus on women drivers and truck stop workers. TA announced plans to focus on elevating site safety standards as a way of recognizing female truck drivers and Travel Centers of America employees, the announcement on International Women's Day. TA said that 43% of their workforce and 12% of all U.S. truck drivers are women. Part of the initiative, TA has formed a women's safety advisory group made up of women truckers and trucking industry professionals to advise the company on ways they could create safer travel centers for all guests, regardless of gender. TA also announced that Retail Operations Support Vice President Debbie Shelton will take part in a week-long ride-along with Ace Door and Hauling and Rigging over-the-road driver Violet Helfrich to kind of gain insights on what kind of challenges are faced by female professional drivers. They'll travel from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, to Brandon, South Dakota, to load freight, and then onwards to a wind farm somewhere in the southern U.S. Our site serves as a home away from home for the millions of professional drivers out there, and we're committed to ensuring they feel as safe and secure while visiting us as they do at their own home. Debbie Bofa, CEO of TA. Safety is our top priority, and we look forward to learning how we can foster an even safer environment for all travelers and our team members. All right, there you go. Scarecrow is on board. What's going on as we get a Tuesday started? Hey there.
Yeah, was it Tuesday?
Yes, already.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, we'll align our comments for Taco Tuesday then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thinking about some of Eagles' early comments there in cue ball regarding shippers, receivers, and I mean, Steve, that's been an ongoing battle as far back as I can remember. And, you know, I myself have not had to deal with a schedule as far as shipping or receiving for probably 15, 20 years. I can't imagine attitudes have improved between the shipper and the drivers themselves. But Steve, a lot of these restrictions and guidelines and do's and don'ts from the shipper / customer have been brought on by the drivers themselves. Now, something as simple as, and I've watched this 40 years ago back at the brewery up in La Crosse there, wheel chocks provided, signs, chalk your wheels. Driver goes inside, talks to the shipper, and this could be any facility. Yeah, you chalk your wheels. Yep, they're chalked. Oh, he's lying out of his ass,
Mm-hmm.
And okay, it's time to leave. Well, maybe the person that did load that trailer did not trip the dock plate. But if you were going back to pull that chalk that he should have put in place, he'd have time to poke his head around that curtain anyway to make sure that the dock is clear, the plate is out of the trailer. And likewise, if the dock has dock locks, if they're in place and being used, I found that was something you always wanted to do. Check and make sure the hook is fully, released from the ramp that runs under the ICC DOT bar there. Just because the light is green does not mean that that dock lock is free. You won't believe how many bumpers that I've seen laying on the ground in front of the dock from drivers who, didn't bother checking, pulled ahead and, the hook ripped the bumper off. Or even, it gets even better, Steve, dock locks that have been pulled right off the dock. A driver wanted ready to leave, and he just gives it more clutch, and boom, he can pull that right off the dock. And like you say, these are issues that the shipper has to deal with, and it's going to run against the grain. Q-Ball talking about, your keys. Obviously, that's the last thing a per driver wants to give up is that's his castle, so to speak. And yeah, the shipper usually isn't going to know what the heck you're giving him for a key. I watched drivers pull out master keys and such out of their pocket, and that's good enough. He's got a key in his hand. It covered all bases there, but yeah, it's true. Not allowing a driver access to restroom facilities and such, that is that's beyond civil. That is truly pushing the envelope, too far. But no, it just, and we know human attitudes and such have changed over the years. They have gone, for the worse. What might have been a shrug of the shoulders in the past, now somebody blows up and, goes as far as threatening legal action and such. It just, but, so no, I can honestly say I'm sure things have, for the drivers when it comes to dock facilities, I'm sure it's more challenging today than what I had to deal with in the past. But well, either way, that's, I guess, something to think about, guys. When you do get the cue to pull out and hit the road, take that extra 120-foot hike and go back to the rear of your trailer and just make sure that dock plate is out of the trailer. Most of us can probably use that exercise anyway.
Yeah, right.
Really, a little while back, you brought up about those two crashes, Steve, with those fatality crashes. I caught them both on the news last night. I think was it Illinois that had the school bus
yes.
crash?
Yep.
Yeah, that was it. It really sinks in, Steve, when you realize there's fatalities, and you see the shell of that bus, sitting there with just little bows and roof bows and window frames. That's all that was left on that thing, and I would I guess myself, I would fully expect there was some type of medical, thing for that bus to have come across and, met head on like that. Now the one up in Wisconsin here, Steve, that's what really caught my attention. It ran on our local news too for, it was a pretty full story. And we've seen this before, and if you pay attention, I'm sure you'll probably hear about another one like this as the summer comes by. Now, this was an Amish family, and you'll find, and you probably recognize, they travel around the country. A lot of it is moving individuals from one area to the other to keep the bloodlines from, to avoid inbreeding, Steve. That's the polite way, the unpolite way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll move individuals around, but the way I understand it, I think it said they were all the family was from Pennsylvania, and it was a 2-year-old that survived. Now, yes, the way it was reported, twice early in the report, it referred to this semi that had hit this van and killed this family. And I'm thinking, no, that's not the way this took place. I'm telling the bride this. I had to leave the room, but I said, this took place on, Wisconsin State Highway 95, and I knew it was a county road, intersecting, and this semi was not on this county road. When I left the room, I said, you just watch. It's going to be a case where that van pulled out in front of the big rig on the state highway, and
bingo.
And when I came back in, Steve, she said that's exactly the way they corrected it, or at least provided more details when I was out of the room. But yeah, the narrative, we've heard that before. The evil truck, the evil semi, the badass truck driver. They can, the play on words. That's the best way to put it. If they can make a attention-grabbing story out of it, But so regardless, it's truly unfortunate that anybody has to pass away. And if I remember right, I think the truck driver, I believe he was killed also.
Correct.
In that one.
Yes.
And that was a nasty. It's amazing how bad the truck got torn up from just hitting a van like that. But no, it's I guess it's reality. And let's see, we've moved back into the season of orange barrels and Jersey barricades, Jersey barriers. Got a couple little construction zones already going on our way. Bridge projects, bridge repair, bridge replacement, and already I've seen they want, it's 2-lane. They've kept the interstate 2-lane for the bypass, and there's a half dozen signs that say trucks use left lane. Well, either there's about 80% of drivers using I-90-94 that don't read English or don't even bother looking at signs. And I've found through the years, when you don't know what the heck is going on in that construction zone, it may be that they want trucks in the left lane because it moves them away from, the construction workers during the day. There's other times where the right lane may be on the shoulder of the road, which does not have adequate base to support, maybe all summer long, truck traffic, and that they're trying to preserve that right lane by moving the trucks to the left lane. But no, just in the week or two that this light construction zone's been active, where if I count one truck using the left lane, there'll be 10 trucks using the right hand lane. But But there again, come on, guys, and girls, you can help yourselves by playing, going along with the game the way it is. And Steve, I was gonna bring this up last night here, but we can do it on Tuesday. Now I'm bringing it up now because I might forget by the time Casual Friday comes around. So we'll throw a little casualness into Tuesday, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Now, okay, all right. Well, yeah, last night I have to back up. This would have been Sunday evening, at the Crow's Nest. I'm prepping to head out and got a few things gathered on the kitchen counter there, and the bride, she was in bed, but she couldn't sleep. She usually goes to bed about 7:30, 8 o'clock. And so she got up, and I put my cell phone on the charger for one last quick little boost before we head out. And I told myself, now don't forget your phone on the counter again. Now, see, again, that's the operative word here, Steve. So I proceeded to finish up what I was doing and got ready, grabbed myself off the counter, headed out to the less than high-speed Honda Civic, and just I hadn't even started the car yet, and I see what the heck, it looks like the lady crow coming out of the house. Now, this is a picture, Steve. Now, why this didn't happen 40 years prior, now, you've heard of the phrase wearing nothing but a smile. Well, now, there were slippers on her feet, and there was a little patch of something, but she comes out and it gets my attention, and she says, it's chilly out here. And I said, yeah, I can see that. And, well, sure, she had my phone in her hand, and I walked out of the house with that, and without that, and she knew I was going to need that, so she didn't bother with a house coat or bathrobe or anything. She just came on the run, and yeah, Steve, it was chilly. It was 41 degrees at that moment, so yeah, but suffice it to say, yep, the temperature indicators, they were working proper and all, so there's your casualness for the week. If I don't have anything for you Friday, you're going to have to rerun that one. That'll be good enough for now, man.
Very good. All right, and we'll be closing it out for another hour here. But we do have a final full hour yet to come. And it looks like a clear phone line. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Brain Dead sent me the link to the story, which he said, I bet that's going to cost somebody a pretty penny. The accident this past day, downtown tunnel between Norfolk, Virginia, and Portsmouth, a little after 1 in the afternoon. Apparently, the flatbed truck driver ignored the warning signs of height restrictions and got it stuck in the tunnel, wedging the truck inside the tunnel, tearing up the roof.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan unveiled Monday outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security, foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities, and offer tax incentives for first-time home buyers. President Biden does not support Israel's offensive moves in Gaza. USA's Corey Myers explains.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he will push ahead with a military offensive in Rafah, despite President Joe Biden's warning that doing so would be a red line.
What's happening is he has a right to defend Israel, a right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken.
Around 1.5 million displaced Palestinians are sheltering in the southern Gaza city, the vast majority experiencing catastrophic levels of hunger.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has acknowledged differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed that interview in which Biden said the invasion of Rafah would cross a red line. Former President Trump expressed his belief that implementing a ban on TikTok would inadvertently strengthen Facebook.
The thing I don't like is that without TikTok, you can make Facebook bigger. And I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media.
During an interview with CNBC Monday morning, the probable Republican presidential candidate acknowledged both positive and negative aspects of TikTok. However, he speculated enforcing a ban could potentially lead to significant growth for Meta, Facebook's parent company. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is calling on Congress to approve the latest bipartisan border agreement. Speaking at the National League of Cities in Washington, Biden emphasized that the deal would enhance border security and save lives. He urged representatives from cities nationwide to encourage their congressional members to exhibit determination and pass the legislation. The U.S. Embassy is evacuating non-essential staff members from Haiti as gang violence grips the Caribbean nation.
The U.S. Southern Command says American military forces are assisting the operation and helping provide security at the request of the State Department. Families of diplomats and others were reportedly being airlifted out of the capital city of Port-au-Prince to safety. I'm Dave Collins.
Airbnb has announced a ban on indoor security cameras across all listings. The short-term rental platform made the declaration Monday. Previously, indoor security cameras were permitted in common areas if they were clearly disclosed on the listing page and placed in visible locations. The decision follows customer grievances and a sketch addressing the matter on Saturday Night Live. Johnsonville is recalling over 35,000 pounds of meat following several complaints regarding the presence of black rubber. The Wisconsin-based company initiated a recall of its ready-to-eat Polish kielbasa turkey sausage after receiving reports from at least 2 consumers regarding the presence of that foreign material. The affected product was produced on October 30th and 31st. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Okay, we kick off. Final hour. Hopefully your week's off to a good start. Got a Tuesday rolling in here. And lines available at 844-844-3388. I came across it. I don't know if he's the guy that actually said it or not, but it's a good point. Somebody posted, it's a photo of James Woods, the actor, and just a comment, which, when you sit back and think about it, that makes perfect sense, which he typically does. Where we continue to hear even the president in his State of the Union address trying to say that crime is down around the country. Now, what people in cities all over the country are witnessing and personally encountering is more crime, more crime. How can they say crime is down? James Wood says, for those of you unfamiliar with simple math, if you don't prosecute criminals, of course crime is down. So, in other words, statistically, it may look like crime is down because they're not prosecuting them. We're just letting them run. Let them loose. Let them go. That's touche, James Woods. Meanwhile, Representative Russell Fry, for those of you who may not have been with us for our Monday morning program, a lot of drivers get out there from Monday night into Tuesday for their first, starting the week off this morning. The report came out over the weekend. We touched on this yesterday about the January 6th committee and response coming in. Russell Fry said that he is deeply concerned. The revelations that the Democrat-led House Select Committee that investigated the events of January 6th, recall, promoted hearsay evidence and cherry-picked information to find Trump culpable. Surprise, surprise. Representative Barry Loudermilk is the chair of the House Administration's Subcommittee on Oversight. He released his initial findings regarding the investigation into the January 6th committee. This gets crazy. You've got a committee investigating the January 6th committee. Now, he revealed, instead of investigating and reviewing the security failures at the Capitol on and before January 6th, this committee's members were laser focused on promoting a predetermined narrative that Trump was responsible for the breach of the Capitol that day and needs to be held accountable by any means necessary. Fry said it's deeply concerning when you think about this. Congressional hearings are supposed to have at their core give and take, a pursuit of the facts. You can disagree with ultimately where the committee goes, and that happens quite often. But the pursuit of the truth is always at the forefront, or supposed to be. Fries, a member of the House Judiciary and Oversight Committee, said, here's just another example of the Democrats' weaponization of the federal government against their opponents. You had a predetermined outcome here, but we knew that going in. There were no true Republicans on the committee. Liz Cheney, okay, right. Remember McCarthy had nominated how many? 5 or 6 members to be on that committee, and Nancy Pelosi refused to allow them to be on the committee. It's deeply troubling that a House committee that's supported by taxpayer dollars, yours, mine, all your viewers, went to support something like this. It's incredibly troubling. You can continue to see the weaponization of our federal government in the courts and in the Congress against people based on their political viewpoints. How true? Well, Brother Rambler checks in here. How we doing?
Well, brother, we're doing wonderful. Good morning, Steve, and good morning to our listening audience all over the United States. And I tell you what, special shout out to the chicken hauler that called in last Friday. And it goes to show you that terrestrial radio still is in full effect, and I'm glad that our affiliates carry the station. And I hope he really enjoys that hot shot secret, man. Just don't, hey, look, it just ain't good for 18-wheelers. It's good for 4-wheelers, too. So grab that. It's absolutely free. And you know what you should do when you get the big old bottle of Stiction Eliminator? Get you an 8-ounce water bottle, fill it up, and pass them out to your friends and tell them, say, hey, next time you change oil, substitute 8 ounces of your oil for Hot Shot Secret and see the improvement that your vehicle will definitely make, especially if you got a 4-cylinder. So, well, Steve, we're doing pretty good, man. At the end of the service last Sunday, we always give you a shout out, tell folks to tune in at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. And I always tell folks to be a first-time caller to the Steve Summers Show. And, of course, we have Dipsy Driver. He'll always chime in and say, Steve is easy to talk to, which you are very easy to talk to, sir. Even though you may have about 500,000 other people listening to you, Steve is pretty easy to talk to. Anyways, well, Steve, how was your weekend, sir?
I had a good weekend, short and sweet. Those 2-day weekends don't last long.
No, it don't. And then you got to go to the dentist at 7 o'clock in the morning for a crown, and that tells me that at one point you had to have a root canal, and that's so fun. But I want to tell you a true story. I've only had a root canal one time. But the dentist office I went to, this lady was a God-fearing Christian. And I want to tell you, she had it on some good contemporary Christian music. We're jamming out to Kings of Country, Zach Williams, and everything else. And, brother, I want to tell you, she's in there working on my mouth. She's singing along with the radio. And I'm being totally honest with you. The Lord hears what I'm about to say. I'm over there getting a root canal outdone, and I got my hand up praising God right along with her. So even in a root canal,
wow.
Man, we're still going to praise the name of Jesus. I'm serious, brother. I'm serious. Local dentist office right there, orthodontist office right there in Mobile, Alabama. And, yeah, man, we're just praising the Lord. As I'm getting a root canal, she's singing, and with the drill and all the equipment in my mouth, getting all the roots out, getting me ready for a crown. And I got my hand up, praising God right along with her. So, yes, sir, man, even in a root canal, we're still going to praise the name of Jesus Christ. So, but other than that, Steve, I don't have too much. I know I sent you a story. I don't know if you have read it or not or watched the video. That was crazy what I sent to you. Truck driver road rage. Hopefully you can find the story. I sent it to you. Story come off of the Instagram.
I believe it was Friday morning. I think we touched on that, and I'm trying to remember who. I think it might have been Monday morning. It might have been yesterday morning. I can't remember. I shared the story when Cue Ball was on the line, and I was talking about,
okay.
You got the truck drivers. I mean, both of them actually shooting back and forth, rolling down the interstate at highway speed. Yeah, luckily nobody was hit, but I mean the insanity that you're dealing with out there. That's who you're sharing the road with.
I know, and not only the insanity, the stupidity when you got a camera facing you, and you're beaten dead to rights. I mean, you're right there live on camera. The company's watching you pull a gun and fire at another driver. That's just crazy.
Yeah.
That's very, very crazy. So, but Steve, I don't have too much more to have to say. I pray that my Detroit Red Wings, now we're on a 5-game losing streak, and we need to get Dylan Larkin back, number 71. And man, Steve Yzerman needs to do something, and needs to do something better, because man, we're about to be eliminated from the wild card. And so I hope my Red Wings do better, and glad to see. I mean, I forget when opening day of baseball is, but I'm praying for my Atlanta Braves that they're going to do something good, and just looking forward to to baseball. And of course, if you're a golf fan, we got the Masters coming up next month. That's always a big thing. My most vivid memory of the Masters is when Jack Nicklaus on the 16th green had that phenomenal game. That was way back whenever I was a kid, didn't understand about golf, but man, I could see the men in my household gathered around, and it was something to watch, because they all gathered him as being washed up and no good, and man, he made a roaring comeback, and on that 16th green hit that phenomenal. I think he eagled on the 16th green, if I'm not mistaken, but that's been a long time ago. And so got a lot of good things to look forward to, and of course I heard Braindead talk about NASCAR, and I'm sorry, God, I can give a flip list about NASCAR nowadays, and I've just spoke my piece on that. And when you alienate your biggest fan base and tell them to go pee up a road, well, he pretty much, have just about killed yourself off doing that. But everyone out there, y'all have a good, safe night. God bless you, and remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, the whole entire congregation from Determined Ministries Church, we love you too. Come pay us a visit on Facebook, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. We go live. And God bless you, Steve. We love you. God bless everyone. Bye-bye now.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, of course, it's an election year, right? Big vote coming up November. Surely wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize being reelected, a.k.a. Joe Biden. New reports suggest President Joe Biden's administration may delay the implementation of a gas restriction change to avoid a potential increase in gas prices until after the election. According to Reuters, sources familiar with the Biden administration's discussions have claimed that they will delay the implementation of a policy change request brought by Midwest state governors to allow the year-round sale of higher ethanol gasoline blends. They're going to delay until 2025 to avoid raising gas prices before the election. According to Reuters, the proposed gasoline regulation change was brought forward in 2022 by governors from Iowa, Illinois, Ohio, Minnesota, Missouri, Wisconsin, Nebraska, South Dakota. The governors requested the Biden administration allow gasoline with 15% ethanol, the E15, to be sold all year. The rule change would remove restrictions that are placed on E15 gas during the summer months to reduce the amount of smog in the environment. While the EPA had initially proposed a start date of April 28th this year for the rule change, sources tell Reuters the date is now expected to be delayed till sometime in 2025. Reuters noted the battleground states of Minnesota and Wisconsin could be impacted by the rule change due to the two states' significant corn industry. The potential for increased gas prices in Minnesota and Wisconsin, something many believe could place Joe's re-election campaign in jeopardy. HF Sinclair Corporation and Phillips 66, both leading oil refiner companies, have warned the regulation change could cause fuel supply issues like area shortages and increased prices. On the other hand, the ethanol industry has encouraged the administration to implement the change, claiming the environmental concerns are disproportionate. Now, Reuters reported that the new rule change would currently only impact states in the Midwest. However, ethanol groups have indicated that a nationwide change would reduce the potential for area shortages and price increases. You know, the average price of gas in the U.S., we saw over $5 per gallon in June of 22 after the Russia invasion of Ukraine. By December of 22, the average had dropped to roughly $3.10 per gallon, but prices increased again to nearly $4 in August of last year. And right now, the national average trending about $3.27 a gallon. Carl, I believe, is joining us on a Tuesday. What's happening out there, Carl?
All right, Brother Steve. I tell you what, glad to be here, this morning and talk and listen to your program and just listening to all the things going on. Thank you for taking my call, by the way. And listening to Brother Rambler there talk about his root canal. I had a situation last year starting in January, just to briefly talk about how bad your insurance can be. I have some really bad medical insurance and dental insurance too as well. but I had a choice to choose between a root canal and an implant on a jaw tooth on my right side there. I had a bad tooth there, and they said, well, you could do this root canal, and it could, just not really pan out really well, and it not do what it's supposed to do, take away the pain, And, and I said, well, obviously I want to be rid of the pain because it hurts, okay? And so I chose to do the implant. Well, obviously that was an expensive ordeal, a very expensive ordeal with my insurance in particular, since they didn't cover everything on it. And today, I just went for, after I have the pin set last year and get the tooth pulled last year, from January, because my insurance wouldn't cover the tooth part, last year. Well, I'd already paid $600 some for the tooth to be pulled and the pin to be set in there, and so that was my part that I paid. And then this year and today I paid $400 some just to get the impression for the tooth to be done today. And it took them an hour to do this impression. and so there I am, need to be in the bed asleep this afternoon. There I'm sitting in the dentist office having that crap being put in my mouth and all that for this impression. And so get that done today, and still don't have the tooth. And April 15th is my date to get the tooth put in. And whether or not it's going to fit, probably won't. And I don't have any faith in them. It's just ridiculous what's going on here, So, but I've got to deal with it. It's my problem. But I just thought I'd share that with you this morning.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, it's just so bad. I mean, it's pitiful, the insurance. And then Joe Biden, he's going to talk about, oh yeah, he's going to save Social Security, and I've been hearing on your news reports. He's mentioning that, because it's election year and all that. He's going to really do something good, just help us out here, with Social Security, Medicare. He's just really going to do something really nice for us. I mean, this man is nothing but a trash liar. That's all he is. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I want to mention. I want to give her a shout out. She made me so proud at the State of the Union address that I almost went to tears. I mean, she was dressed appropriately in the red "Make America Great Again" and got up in his face right there. She made sure that she was seen amongst all of those snaky Democrats up there in that chamber there where they did the State of the Union message. And she shouted out, "Say her name." And buddy, I tell you what, he had to say her name, but he said it wrong when he did, and that is just a terrible, terrible mess is what he's created in this country right now. And for congressional seats, more congressional seats to be elected because of the population in these territories.
Right, with based on the millions that are pouring in. Hey, Carl, we got to pause there, but we'll be right back.
USA News Update. President Biden's budget proposal for 2025 aims to reduce the federal deficit in part by increasing taxes on high-income earners. Additionally, the plan, unveiled Monday, outlines measures to bolster Medicare and Social Security and foster the growth of clean energy employment opportunities. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu acknowledges differences in perspective between himself and President Biden.
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Netanyahu's remarks Monday followed a recent interview in which Biden said that an Israeli invasion of the city of Rafah would constitute crossing a red line. Americans believe high prices will continue for the foreseeable future. According to a recent survey by the New York Federal Reserve, consumers believe that the inflation rate will increase to 3% within the next year. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right,
right, we'll get back and finish up with Carl here in just a second. Let's see. It was Scarecrow mentioning the Amish community impacted by that deadly crash over the weekend. The very latest out of Clark County says a family friend identified several of those who were killed as members of the Amish community. They were from Burke's Garden, Virginia, apparently. This was like a little before 8 o'clock Friday morning near State Highway 95 by County Highway J, about an hour southeast of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. It's believed the semi was eastbound on the State Highway 95. Van was northbound on the County Highway J. Van entered the intersection and was struck by the semi on the driver's side. A driver of this was actually a tanker. The truck driver died on the scene. 2-year-old Micah Schrock, the only survivor in the crash, according to a family friend. Just a miracle. This young man is still even in existence. He was ejected from the van, and I'm thinking that's probably what saved his life. There were 9 people in the van from the Amish community. Again, Berks Garden, Virginia. They were traveling through Wisconsin to visit family. 8 of the 9 in that van perished. He said the driver was not Amish. It's one of those things you just wish you could press rewind, he said. The van consisted of 2 Amish families related by marriage. They did identify the victims this past day. The truck driver, 51 years old, Daniel Litticote, the semi-truck driver from Rui, Wisconsin. The van driver, who was not Amish, a 46-year-old, James McCoy. Then you had the Amish family members, Linda Byler and Lydia Byler, 44 and 24, respectively. Orla Schrock, 24 years old. Ellen Schrock, 23. Judy Schrock, 6 months old. Delilah Schrock, 21. And Susanna Hertzler, 18 years old. So the surviving 2-year-old lost his mother, father, sister, aunts, and grandmother in that accident, all in boom, just like that. How can a whole family of loving, dearing people that are young, most of them in their early 20s, instantly be gone, he said. Said he first became friends with the Schrock family at the general store they own in Burke's Garden, which is a very tight-knit community, just 300 people. He said the surviving boys' grandparents, Gross drove the surviving boys' grandparents to Wisconsin over the weekend to pick up the boy from the hospital. Gross said he was not seriously hurt in the crash, believe it or not. But he said the family is leaning on their faith during this difficult time. The grandparents didn't wish to be interviewed, but the grandfather issued a statement to WISN, Local 12 there, which simply said, "Give thanks to the Lord for his blessings and trust in him." That's a profound thing to say when you just lost so many family members. As Rambler so often says, the things that try your faith. Gross said in the coming weeks they expect about 2,000 people from the Amish community to come to Burke's Garden for funeral services. He's asking the community for prayers and donations. Gross started a GoFundMe for the family's funeral expenses. But can you imagine a whole family a funeral all at once? I mean, when you lose one family member, we all know it's thousands of dollars, thousands for one. Yeah, this is going to be overwhelming. But obviously, with a small community, 300 people and several thousand will be coming in. for the funeral services. So, yep, prayers for all involved. All right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, terrible tragedy there, Steve. I sure do pray for that family and all their things that they need there right now. That's just a terrible out for them. Yeah, it's just terrible. But getting back to Joe Biden and Marjorie Taylor Greene at the State of the Union message, everything he said was a lie. Everything except for illegal. He used the term illegal. Okay, and that was by mistake.
Accidentally,
I know
yeah.
He just did
He
that
said,
by
whoops.
mistake. He wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't supposed to use that word. And he knows it now because of all the backlash that he's received over that one little word. Okay, which was the truth. Okay? I mean, really, honestly, that's the only word that he spoke that was the truth. Oh, I cannot believe the nonsense going on here in this country right now. And then for them to say, on top of that, the Democrats, they say always, well, the brown people are coming over. You know what? It doesn't matter what color their skin is, okay? That's not the issue.
Right.
The issue is that they're coming over here illegal. Illegal. Totally illegal. It doesn't matter what the color of the skin is. You know? I couldn't care less. There are Chinese coming over there. They're not brown people. Okay? They are people who are here to spy on us. They have already been taught how to spy on us, and then they're coming over here. You know, and then they're flying them on airplanes into regional airports that are closed after midnight. So these little small airports like Knoxville has already been reported in Knoxville, Tennessee, a regional airport down there, McGee-Tyson. It's already been reported, the whole scenario on how that goes. And it's happening everywhere, all across America. They come in at a certain time, like 2:30 or 3 o'clock a.m., okay, when the airport is basically closed. There are just a few people there on the tarmac just working on the flight line and this and that and doing their little business out there. But, okay, all of a sudden this airplane comes in, okay, and it's got nothing but illegals on it. Nothing but illegals. And then this white bus comes out and meets them out there on the tarmac, okay, and they come down the stairs of the plane. They don't go inside the airport itself. They come down the stairs of the plane, get on the bus, and then the bus takes them into various places throughout the city and wherever they're going from there. That's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been doing this ever since he's been president of the United States. And it's been a nonsense and to gain congressional seats. To gain congressional seats to do his agenda.
With the census.
But you know what? Yes, with the census. And you know what? Marjorie Taylor Greene just made me so proud. I mean, I really, she's a hero. She is a hero in the Republican Party. And then that select committee, okay, you mentioned earlier about them. All right, the select committee was not a partisan committee. Okay, it had 2 Republicans on it, and they're not Republicans.
Rhinos.
Okay, not in heart or not in mind. You know, they're less than rhinos. They're just total Democrats, total Trump haters. Cheney, she's a Trump hater. Hello, I mean, people ought to get what she's all about. Whenever she opens up her mouth, I hate Trump. That's all you hear from her. Okay, and the other guy. He's nothing more than a Trump hater himself. I mean, just constantly mentioning things he hates about Trump. Well, how can that be a select committee? How? How can that be a possible select committee? It ought to have been trashed as soon as it got started, you know, but it wasn't, and people want to listen to that. It's ridiculous. And then, okay, in the Gaza Strip over here, that's why I called mainly. And to get into this with Netanyahu, he says on the news report here that you've been having on the news report here, he says, I've got to save my neck. My neck is on the line. Okay, here. Yes, it is. And he shouldn't be listening to Joe Biden. He ought to assume this is the way he ought to do it. And I'm sure he already knows how to do it. He ought to assume that Joe Biden is not going to be the president in 2025 and just go ahead and do what he wants to do over there, how he wants to get rid of Hamas, not listen to a word that Joe Biden has to say. I wouldn't listen to a daggone word that Joe Biden has to say to me about an issue like that. I mean, I would just go ahead and do what I needed to do over there to do what he wants to do to take care of the issue at hand. And if there are still some hostages, it's Israeli hostages. That's his choice to do. And there's some Americans in there, yes, of course. But listen, I mean, this deal with going there and Biden telling him what to do is just ridiculous. I mean, I have never seen in my life this is Palestinians, okay, who allowed Hamas to come into that area anyway and do what they done. And they were attacking Israel daily. And then they come up with the October big surprise there, okay? It's just crazy what's going on over there. How are Israelis supposed to think about this? And with the Palestinians, I mean, they just allowed it all to happen. They didn't try to get rid of Hamas on their own. You know, the Israelis are having to do that now. So they have to do it however they see fit, because Joe Biden's certainly not going to help them. He's going to send a little bit of money, you know, but it's nothing like he's been doing with Ukraine. And I thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it. But I tell you, that situation over there is really big. And Netanyahu ought to just go ahead and do it the way he wants to do it, and take care of the business at hand.
I think that's what he's going to do.
Not listen to a word.
And for Joe Biden to tell him, well, that's a red line, and what's that supposed to mean? I mean, what's Joe talking about doing? There's a red line. All right, it's 844-844-3388. He's going to give it one last shot. Hello, Horse Feathers.
There you go, Your Honor. Thank you. So anyways, talk about red lines. Where's the red line in the Red Sea for the Iranians?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right?
Having all that crap coming out to our ships and all the
ships.
And
the Houthis.
And do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember a ship called the USS Cole?
Yes.
You remember that
Absolutely.
Ship by chance?
Yep.
Do you remember where it was docked, where it was stationed? When, it got bombed.
The Gulf of Aden, wasn't it?
Yemen.
Was it Yemen? Okay.
That would be Yemen. Yemen. It was in Yemen. Where do these people originate and coming out to do all the problems out in the Red Sea? Isn't that Yemen? Why do we keep messing with this place? Why isn't that place like at the bottom of the ocean, you know, the bottom of the sea over there? Why have we been messing around with this for so long? I don't know. There's something that needs to be done, and somebody needs to stand up and actually do it. But anyways, there. So, you had some good calls. I thought cue ball there. I thought maybe the men in the black suits there, MIB with the Ray-Ban sunglasses and a little flashy stick, might have got a hold of him there when he disappeared. Kind of made me nervous there for a minute, you know. Was talking about all that stuff going on. I didn't know if you know the MIB got a hold of him, but so anyways, it's good that he called back. But anyways, so I was calling in there because under the category, you can't make this shish kebab up.
Yeah.
I sent you a link to the WBAL News story. And you just got to read it because I can't even do it justice, Your Honor. I can't even go about saying what they're giving away free in vending machines now. So I'll let you go, and you take care of that for the next couple minutes.
I think
we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I saw the headline, yes, from WBAL Baltimore. Life-saving vending machines unveiled across Anne Arundel County. Vending machines that contain Narcan. As the fight against drug misuse grows more dire with the increased danger of fentanyl, so making Narcan available becomes even more important. County officials said the Health-to-Go vending machines help bypass the stigma or the embarrassment of reaching out for help. The county used data from the police and fire departments to determine where to put the machines, including the Brooklyn Park and Deal libraries. There's a number of other locations. The drug is free, and the machines also offer other free life-saving tools, such as fentanyl and xylazine test strips, face masks, and COVID-19 tests. You don't always know who might be using substances, so being prepared is something. We're hoping we can meet people where they are, according to the county health officer. Now, I could swear I shared a story similar to this, and I can't recall what city it was in, where they recently tried this. It may have been, I can't recall. But they said as soon as they stocked the damn machine, since it's free, so individuals will come in and empty out all the product in the daggone machine and maybe try to get a few bucks selling the stuff somewhere else. I don't know if this is going to work or not. We'll see, but we'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Just like that, it's amazing what a quick search will bring you. I knew I had shared a story. This is the one. It was back in June, over the summer of 23. And it was indeed New York, which says, city officials, the new drug-themed vending machines. A huge hit with local addicts who wasted no time cleaning it out overnight as they stocked up on free crack pipes, lip balm, and Narcan. One user said, yeah, I love it. The vending machine, this was in Brooklyn. Yeah, she said they put it in yesterday and it's empty already. By 1 p.m., a drug prevention worker was starting to restock the machine with more drug test strips, Narcan, and condoms, predicting the vending machine could need to be refilled maybe twice a day. We've got a lot of addicts and heroin users over here. They should restock it immediately. Self-described crack smoker Moesha Kelp had walked away with the second-to-last product in the vending machine, which was a fentanyl test strip, around 11 a.m. while sniffing that the glass used for the free pipes might not be to her standards. I like Pyrex because it's a little thicker. You can't even smell that vending stuff because the programs give you all that stuff already for free. The crack pipes are a little too thin now. I mean, they're bitching about what they're coming to get for free. Oh, let's see. I do my little crack here and there, says Capel. I smoke my pipe and I smoke my weed. Yeah, I don't lace none of my stuff with like the fentanyl. Okay, I'm trying to get high, not die. There you go. But yeah, emptying the machines out. I don't know. Taxpayer dollars, who's funding filling these machines? And apparently people only have to do is punch in a zip code to get access to the free drug supplies, they say. Well, okay. Not a lot of time left, but what's going on, Gilligan? Hey there.
No, not much. Just getting my week started. Of course, I start a day later than you do, but
right.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't get where politicians make this work. You're giving free stuff out, Narcan and stuff like that. These drug users are going to clean it out. Did you say free crack pipes?
Crack pipes. Yes.
In New York.
Yes.
I hear you.
And they said future machines also may include free syringes to inject their heroin and other drugs.
Yeah, they're encouraging drug use. Why can't people see this?
Yeah.
I mean, everything's topsy-turvy and upside down. I mean, it's just amazing. Biden's talking about raising taxes on the rich again and doing all that and how it's going to bring revenue into the government. Now, let me carpet back to Bill Clinton. I believe it was in 98, projected that they would have a balanced budget by the year, I think it was 2000 or 2001, by his tax increases. But you remember he overstated revenue like 30%. And Democrats, this is nothing new.
Things change every day and every night. When they put out these budget proposals, they're 10 years. What's going to be the same 10 years from now? We've got to roll on. I apologize, out of time this Tuesday morning.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. It's in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,